there we are. And boom, there goes the dynamite.
Oh yeah. Now we're cooking with salsa.
Alright, let's see here.
Just
I do
made
have to
a
go find my headphones though, so
yes.
I'm immediately walking away. Also, I have to get my hand tiller out of the background right there because while it's a beautiful hand tiller, it does not belong in the background.
I beg to differ.
It kind of looks like a pogo stick, which really kind of gives us some class, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can even kind of get up on it.
Oh, that's nice.
Alas, it has claws.
That's top tier right there. I think it belongs, bro. I do.
Bro, I pulled one up, so like I didn't come prepared with one, but I'm scrolling through here and I just pulled one up. It's long as shit. The title sounds so fucking good.
Okay.
Actually, is it? Oh, that's way fucking long. That's gonna be another like 2 hours. The title of it, I'm gonna maybe save that for a later date. But since I picked a really long one last time, I'm trying to find a short one.
See, I don't mind a really long one. If you want something that'll run like 1 to 2 hours, I'm jiggy with it.
Here's the thing. So the title of this is "The Thing Behind Me Wants Me to Turn Around."
Ooh.
Estimated reading time is 88 minutes.
Okay, that's not bad.
Let me see.
I can do 88 minutes for sure.
What is this one called? This one is called A Needle in the Vein. That title just doesn't put me in the same way.
Yeah, that one sounds kind of eh.
So I found these on this random website. Like I googled, I googled best creepypasta just to see what it actually took me to, and then I opened the second link, which was on creepypasta.com. Top ranked creepypasta stories, and both of these are nods. So we also have He Who Wanders, which is a nod, and 22 minutes long.
I like the sound of what was that first one you said?
The Thing Behind Me Wants Me
to
Turn
Yes,
Around.
That one. That sounded really fucking sick, dude.
It did. Like reading it, I'm like, I can see this
right
one
off the rip.
It's just literally the only thing that was turning me away from it was 88 minutes. But I mean, fuck, man. Like I'm not a Gen Z, so I guess like I'm okay with
That's about what our runtime was for 1999.
Yeah. I'm gonna run out to the car real quick before we actually get like started, and then I'm good to go whenever you are.
Sounds good, my friend. I'm gonna leave that in.
Setting the mood a touch.
Welcome back.
I'm back. I'm welcome.
Perfect. I need to get curtains up in here because this is that kind of spotty hour to be doing this where I'm getting enough daylight in that my actual other lights just kind of make me look a little weird.
Well, I've got a projector screen over the window over here, so
that's smart.
You need to come back sometime now that my basement is like functional again.
I'm down with it. I just gotta get some time off work.
Yeah, because it's like now that I have like a space, like you could literally sleep down here and never have to interact with my family. Not that my family's bad. The real reason
you set the basement back up.
Well, so there were a couple of reasons. One, you know, it's hard to actually get anything done when your family can like constantly come in on you.
Right.
But two, it's like I told Sierra, I'm like, okay, realistically, if we're ever gonna have another kid, like I need that room to be able to be a bedroom.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
And it's like I told her too, I'm like, you know, you should have a room in the house. Like, if we're not going to have another kid, like, have a room in the house to set up, like, your vanity and, like, girl things and stuff that you want. Like, because, I mean, hell, our bedroom should be a place. Yes, we have a TV in our bedroom in case we want to watch movies, but really it's just a place that you sleep and
make love.
You know what I mean?
Yep, exactly right.
And so it's like I don't decorate shit in my bedroom because I have a space in the house to decorate. And it's like you should also have a space in the house to decorate. Like why not have a space like because she has things and she has interests and it's like fuck, give yourself a little ladies' room. Like why not?
Amen, bro. Amen to that. That's I never finished this studio room, but like the old studio that I had, how I had that, it makes the world of difference. And exactly what you said, bro. Like the bedroom is to be left as the bedroom. My bedroom makes me look like a serial killer, bro. I have not a single thing on the wall. I have my fucking clothes hanging up, my drawers, and my bed.
So when I lived alone before I was married, my bedroom had a dresser, my bed, a TV in the corner, a weight bench in the other corner, and that was it. Because it's like, okay, all I'm doing in here is sleeping. And I like cartoons on when I go to sleep, you know? Like so there's a TV in the corner to play cartoons, that's it. And it's like, because all your shit, who fucking, what kind of sociopath stays in their fucking bedroom as an adult all day? You know what I mean?
Editor Nick, cut that out. 2 odd jumps. What was said? Who knows?
Better wait for the Patreon exclusive uncut
section. Subscribe to the Patreon, link down in the description. By episode 2, we likely have that set up by now. So.
Yeah, probably either that or you know.
Patreon viewers are just like Patreon viewers, can they say that? No, that's why it's on Patreon. I'm gonna go grab another beer real quick. If you could drop me that link, that would be most appreciated, good sir.
This is the time filling segment. I don't really have anything to say though, so I guess I'm gonna hit Nick with the cilantro when he gets back. We haven't really done that yet, you
know. I plan on looking up the YouTube guidelines for how strict the beer policy is, and so I have this hilarious thought here that if every time I say beer, you just hear this obnoxiously overdubbed water put in instead, that's how you'll know. And every time we go to take a sip, if there's a water covering over, that's how you'll know.
It's do you ever watch any of It's a Gundam's videos?
I don't think I've ever seen them, no.
So he does, like, every time he would say fuck or whatever, it's a little sound sample. It's heavily robotic, and it just goes earth over top, and it's like every time I want to get an earthing. Hold on.
I love edits like that, bro. They always make me laugh.
They're really good. If you're super clever with them, they're fantastic. Hold on. I'll show you this before we actually get going. This part will need to be clipped out too. But
Editor Nick, cut this whole section. It's completely unnecessary. There's a fair bit of dialogue, it looks like. Do you want to have one of us just be the dialogue and then the other can be the narration?
It's up to you. It does look like there is a good little bit of dialogue down through here. However you want to run it is good with me, so we can do that.
I think that sounds good. You want to be dialogue or narrator?
Doesn't matter. I am keen
Dude, you're like
on
a woman
whatever
I'm trying
works.
to take to a restaurant.
Yeah.
I bet you'll never guess which one I'm gonna do.
Which one's that?
I bet you can't guess, bro. I bet you can't guess.
Is that your trick to getting a girl to actually tell you what she wants to eat? Yeah.
I bet you'll never guess where I'm going to take you for lunch today.
How did you guess?
I have done that so many times, and it works almost every single time. Now, when it's and here's the tip. All right, gents. Take this to the grave with you. Tell nobody else. Ladies watching, cover your ears during the next couple minutes here. All right? Go do your nails or something. Come back. Men are talking, okay? Okay, leave. We'll flag you down when it's time to come back. But gents, when it stops working, when they're like, this is the key. All you have to say is, no, before she says anything, I bet you won't guess where I'm going to take you for lunch or breakfast. And I actually have a place picked out this time. I'm just curious to see if you'll actually guess it. It works every time. I promise you. I promise. Try it. But here's the key to keep it working. All right? You have to feign that your woman is a psychic, okay? Every single time, you have to be more surprised than the last. She says, get the fuck out of here. Okay, you're actually starting to scare me now. You get this every single fucking time. Can you... What?
Are you in my head?
Yeah,
the problem is, I think Sierra is so conditioned to expect sarcasm from me that like she's gonna hear that one time and she's gonna be like, "You don't have to be a dick."
That's top tier. That's top tier. Give it a go. See if it works.
True that. Cilantro to kick off the evening.
Cilantro, baby. All right. Let me flag down our female viewers now. You can come back. Come back now. It's safe. Stop your nails. Stop. You're good. Stop. Come on back. Have headphones. You can put these back on now. Okay. All right. Are we back? Good.
You look beautiful, honey.
You look gorgeous. Thank you for coming back. We missed you. We were all thinking about how much we missed you. That's actually what we were talking about. Don't bother rewinding. Trust me, it's not even worth it. Just know that you're so beautiful.
Definitely don't back it up. That's trash content back there. You don't even need it.
Yep.
All right. Let's see. We'll just flip for it. Let's see.
Perfect.
We'll throw this in the air. If it lands with the Corona side up, then you'll do the narration and I'll do the voices. If it lands with the Corona side down, I'll do the narration and you can.
What a beautiful fair system right there.
Wait, yes, hold up. So, Corona up is you voices. Corona down, me voices. It's down there. Corona is up. So you are on voices, my man.
Alrighty, that means you're on the narration.
The narration, unless I tap out and then we have to switch.
Correctamundo. That is in the clause.
That is in the clause. This is a partnership.
Today, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be reading The Thing Behind Me Wants Me to Turn Around. What a name, dude. What a name.
It's one of those names that really grabs you because it's like, okay, this story could be a million things. It could end a million ways. It could be completely terrible or it could be nightmare fuel.
Right. And
however, the title is just fantastic.
The title definitely is captivating. So it's about 119 minutes worth of reading here. So nearly a 2-hour read, ladies and gentlemen. Get strapped in. But it also has a 9.03 rating, which is pretty fucking good.
Pretty good from a website which exclusively caters to CreepyPasta.
Yes,
so.
And it was written not that long ago either, about 3 months ago.
Was it?
Yeah,
I didn't even notice that.
24th.
Yeah, February of 2026. That's crazy. Oh, I should probably take my medicine before we get started.
That's important. Do that.
I didn't realize the time.
Also, I don't know if anyone's noticed, but Tyler and I are dressed exceptionally well. Exceptionally. We didn't actually even coordinate this. We both just chose to wear shirts like this.
Yep. We just it's because we're both fancy lads. For anyone wondering, it turns out that we are the fanciest of lads.
Correct. Was this your church shirt?
It was.
This was my church shirt as well, so that's perfect.
Yeah. Yeah. So, see, well, I started, everybody kind of dresses up a little bit for church, and I was like, oh, I'll go out and look a little bit nice. I have Venusaur shirts now. I have Star Wars shirts, and I'm like, it's still me.
Still you, man.
Still got to be me. I mean, will I look a little dashing? Sure. Sure.
Absolutely.
But it's still got to be me.
That's exactly right. And you know what? God doesn't care what clothing you're wearing to worship.
That's true. That's true. I'm perfectly fine with going on a t-shirt. It's just like, yeah, every now and then we'll be a fancy lad.
Amen. I would go in sweatpants if I could.
Oh, 100%, man. Well, even so, I skipped church one day. Sierra and Em went without me because, like, I only had sweatpants clean because I guess I was focused on washing shirts and not washing pants. I forgot to wash any of my pants, and literally everyone at the church was like, "Well, why didn't you just come in sweatpants?" Like, and I was like, that's a valid question. Like, yeah. Before we get into this, some of the tags on this, I don't know if you looked at the tags. I've looked at the tags. I'm thinking that cryptids will be involved in some way. Bro, were you hanging around late enough in my Thursday stream this past Thursday? Like,
I fell asleep pretty early last night, or on Thursday.
So I walked outside at 2 a.m., like on the dot to take a piss, and I started hearing whistling at the edge of the woods. And like, it was weird because I forget which order it went in, but at first I was hearing like the, and so I stopped for a minute.
Didn't pick up in the Discord.
Oh yeah, I forgot noise suppression thing. Well, anyway, so I heard like it was almost like to get your attention. I stopped. I looked around, didn't see anything. Whistling stopped. And then, like, a few minutes later, when I turned back around, more whistling, but a different, like, lower, longer pitch. And I was like, there's a skinwalker out here. Like, 100%. There's a skinwalker out here, and it's coming for me.
Did you have your pistol with you?
Oh, of course.
Good man. I always keep it with me, man.
Yeah. The cameras never picked up anything. So, like...
Definitely
it's just one of those things. It's like man, that's kind of crazy.
That's horrifying. I'd be inside so quick. I'd be mid piss and it would just suck right back in. I'd be like, okay, I'm going back inside to piss.
Yeah. Well, so I went back to watch. So I've got a camera near the door right there, and like it caught me, and you can see me like looking around trying to see what's whistling, but like. The camera didn't even pick up the whistling.
Really?
Yeah.
What you got to do, I mean, was the camera facing the correct direction by any chance?
I would think so, yeah.
Take the footage, download it, throw it into an editing software, and turn the brightness all the way up.
That's true.
Because sometimes you can see things you wouldn't normally see. And, oh, man, imagine you see something.
Dude, no. I don't want to do that. I'm content just not to walk outside anymore at 2 a.m.
But he burns down his whole property.
Yeah. Well, bro, it's in Appalachia anyway. And it's like, and I'm right on the edge of like a national forest. And so it's like, the window is open. You know what I mean? Like,
that's terrifying.
Yeah. All right. Anyway. The thing behind me wants me to turn around.
By Zach Gaylor, I'm assuming.
Zach Gaylor.
Thanks again to Geminator for making the music for this episode of the Insomnicast. Please, go make sure to check out his channel, linked down in the description. You're a real one, Geminator.
A degree in wildlife management. It sounds so exciting. And the $70,000 piece of paper has certainly ensnared many bright, nature-loving youths with the allure of grand vistas and endless adventures. And I am one who heard the sirens call. From a young age, I knew people weren't for me. I craved the solitude of an untouched meadow or a grove of trees. My favorite companions were clothed in feathers and fur. This disdain for my own kind only increased after I weathered the tempest that is high school. College was a necessary evil, a 4-year send-off to my life in the wilderness. I was destined to be a park ranger, a guardian of the woods, and a caretaker of the natural world. In the world of man, I was nothing, but in the world of the beasts, I was to be its master. These were the thoughts of grandeur that filled my head the night before graduation.
I'm sorry, but already our narrator, I feel like I would want to bully him severely.
I know, right? It's like It's that guy. You remember that guy in high school who was like, he was in the FFA, he was on the land judging team, he was in 4-H, he was doing, yeah. It's like that guy, but it's like the nerdiest, worst version of that guy because those guys are usually social. It's that one who was in the corner and it's like, you go up to tell him, hey, we're hanging out and watching the game this weekend, and he would say, well, can I bring my pet Siberian horned muscaloose or whatever? And no, you can't. Matter of fact, just don't come to the party.
Did I say we were having a party? Or not?
That party business, you heard nothing. This is the not before graduation. Okay, let's go. 2 years later, they were replaced with an overwhelming dread of life. As I sat in my car waiting to start my shift at the local Arby's, the greatest killer of a man's dream is student loan debt, of which I had seemingly endless mountains of. And for the nature-loving person that I was, a career in the fast food industry is the worst kind of purgatory. An endless looping cycle of identical days of being forced to remain inside all day and care for people whose own weight would rival that of the great American buffalo, and who would gladly bite off my head in place of their burger if they didn't receive it within 3 minutes. I clocked in for my third night shift this week, and the one bright spot of my night was that today I got to work with my only friend in the entire Arby's Corporation, Hank.
One day closer to quitting.
I said as I logged into the system with my employee number.
Or one day closer to dying,
came the retort from Hank. Misery loves company, and perhaps that's why Hank and I get along so well. He's just as miserable as I am. Years of drug and alcohol abuse haven't been kind to Hank. The 27-year-old resembles more of a withered corpse than a man in his prime years. His pale, thin face and lifeless, slightly cloudy eyes had the appearance of the work of a poorly trained embalmer rather than that of a living person. Due to his off-putting appearance, our manager, Maddie, found it best to give Hank the privilege of permanent burger flipper in order to keep him out of the sight of customers. I myself was assigned to the drive-thru window.
That will be $35.60, sir,
I said to our first customer in 3 hours.
It's more than the last time,
mumbled the man in return.
Yes, inflation has hit us hard, sir,
I replied as I silently judged this behemoth of a man, who I'm sure plans to eat the 4 burgers and 3 large fries all by himself.
Well, here you go, I guess,
he said as he handed me his card. I was annoyed that this customer had interrupted my only enjoyment for the night, partaking in Hank's drug-induced rambles about his favorite conspiracy theories.
Yo, Nate, did you know that Earth is hollow? My sister's brother-in-law just told me that, and he's a scientist, so I guess it's like common knowledge or something. But I just never knew that, man.
I quickly rolled my eyes and smirked. Of course, Hank's meth-cooking scientist brother-in-law would tell him something like that. My response dripped with sarcasm.
No, Hank, I've never heard of that. Sounds pretty scientific, though. Yeah, man, I know, man. That's pretty bizarre that you didn't know that. What with you studying, like, nature and stuff, sounds like there's loads of creatures and weird stuff down there, too.
While I didn't really appreciate Hank reminding me of my unused degree in dying dreams, I simply replied,
That's so? What sort of creatures? Oh, man, it's gotta be like Bigfoot, I'm telling you. That's why no one has found where he lives, 'cause he's under the ground, man. The only Bigfoot you should worry about is the one that'll plant up your butts if you don't get back to work.
Maddie sure had a way with words, and the heavyset single mother of 3 loved to make sure our job was as prison-like as possible.
We don't pay you to yap, we pay you to work.
That inspiring speech was enough to return my focus to rewashing the already clean countertop and pretending to restock the already stocked condiment compartments. And Hank passionately cleaned the grills as if they were a priceless sports car. If there was ever a place where time stands still, it had to be inside the Arby's off of I-90 in Oakoma, South Dakota. 1 a.m. finally came, and with it the end of my shift. As Hank and I stepped out into the brisk April night, the words I had grown accustomed to finally came from Hank's lips.
Yo, Nate, can I have a ride? Buses don't run this late, man.
With a smile, I said,
Sure thing. Hop in.
We both hopped into my 2003 Kia Optima and started our journey through the quiet darkness of the night. I always enjoyed the drives we took and the conversation that came with it. It was some of the only genuine human interaction I had had since my dad died, and Mom was put in a home. They had always supported me and pushed me to pursue my dreams, but when Dad died, I couldn't bear to see Mom's mind fade like the dying embers of a drenched campfire. Dementia had taken my mom, leaving nothing but a dry husk. A husk that I couldn't bear to see, which is why I was in South Dakota and the nursing home was in Missouri.
Bro, if Bigfoot got together with Mothman, would the babies be giant bugs or apes with bug-like feathers?
Hank's question shattered my introspection, and I couldn't help but smile.
I don't know if the two would be biologically compatible, man. Ha! Classic Nate. Always a rational thinker. But maybe you're right, so maybe instead of Bigfoot, it's the Loch Ness Monster?
For the next 10 minutes, Hank's mindless theories and ramblings filled the cabin of my small car. As I began to zone out, a surprisingly sober question found its way into my ears.
Nate, do you ever regret not using your degree?
Caught off guard, I gave the first answer that came to mind.
Yes, every day I regret it. So why don't you take that degree and get out of here?
I thought for a while, not sure of how to answer. Some time ago, I had suppressed my childhood dreams and longing for adventure, and came to grips with the sad adult reality that adventures only happen to someone else on a screen. I quietly responded.
Life isn't very kind to dreams of a child. Well, sure, man, if you give up on them. I know you can't stand this place, but I know that it's easy to leave the dream behind. But honestly, man, this place will kill you. It's already killed your goals in life, but don't let it kill you the rest of you. So maybe you need to pick up that childhood dream again and get out where you belong.
The insightful words of my drug-loving friend had just enough time to take root in my mind when the bright lights flooded my vision and the impact of a pickup truck slammed into the side of my ancient vehicle. Scumbling? Is scumbling a word?
Let me see here. Define scumbling. Scumbling is a painting and drawing technique that involves dragging a thin, broken layer of mostly dry, opaque paint, or drawing medium over a dried underlayer. So not really, no.
If that's relevant in this situation, then that is the most artistic visual that could have been given. You know what I mean?
I don't love it. I think that was the wrong adjective.
Yeah, I think that given that the story continues and the narrator is presumably not dead, I don't think that's the proper word. But okay,
you think you know what a word means, and you use that word.
Yeah.
Only to find out you didn't actually know what that word meant.
Yep.
This moment.
I think that's what we have here.
Yes. Unequivocally.
All right. Well, the impact of a pickup truck slammed into the side of my ancient vehicle, not scumbling the cabin of the car as if it were an empty Coke can. So very bright, and then suddenly, so very dark. Hank was gone. His death came swiftly as his right kneecap rocketed through his... What the fuck?
Holy shit.
Holy shit, though.
Oh my gosh. R.I.P.
What the
Hank.
fuck?
Wow. That's crazy. What an immediate turn of events. Please continue.
Hank was gone. His death came swiftly as his right kneecap rocketed through his neck and skull at the speed of a bullet. All that remained of my friend was a mangled, fleshy chew toy, a soupy mess of yellowed ground beef and separated vertebrae. The four-wheeled weapon of mass destruction was wielded by a ranch hand who had spent the night hopping from bar to bar, trying to get lucky with the town's sad selection of single women. Yet even they had standards he couldn't meet. Defeated, he mounted his metal steed, filled with enough cheap beer to start his own brewery, and ventured into the night. In his final moments, he enjoyed a gas station cigarillo and Jason Aldean. Then, in a moment, his head was transformed into a battering ram, waging war against the wall of glass before him. His head won. It stormed the glass barricade, and having freed itself from its tyranny, his cranium reached its final resting place, splattered across the side of my Kia.
Dude, I love the description in this. The way he's painting this picture is so crazy. Like the way he talks about his coworker becoming a mangled fleshy chew toy of soupy mess, yellow ground beef separated by vertebrae, the four-wheeled wagon of mass destruction. Like it's just such an interesting way of phrasing it. And like the enough cheap beer to start his own brewery. Like I love that like visual depiction that you get from it. Like it's so, this is awesome. I like the way this is written.
How did this... Okay, so to recap, this man was a loser in high school. He became a miserable college student with a ton of student loan debt and is now miserably working at Arby's, giving his meth head friend a ride home in the middle of the night. And then just the twist of all twists. Like,
it's crazy.
Oh, okay. I'm locked in. My dead friend left two lasting impacts on my life. The first came as his meatball of a corpse was launched at my left forearm. The resulting impact snapped my ulna and radius as though they were twigs into three equal parts, which in turn folded in on itself as if it were a trifold pamphlet. Hank's final hug not only crumpled my forearm, but also shattered the right side of my ribcage and collapsed my lung, a twisted final gift from a passing friend. The second impact was that of Hank's final words.
Get out where you belong.
They were the final thought on my mind as the darkness set in, and the first directive that my mind found as the cold light of my hospital room called me back to the land of the living. I was born again. At Arby's, my life withered away, yet at death's door, I was baptized in blood and emerged a changed man. A man called to a new station in life, a prophet of the angel of death. The revelation I had received from the realm of death was etched on my mind.
Get out where you belong.
And I would forsake everything to keep that one command. The weeks in the hospital were a special kind of trial. It made Arby's look like paradise. Yet I knew this too would pass. By some miracle, my phone survived the wreck, and I used it to form my resume. The post-it note-sized document then became my tool to apply for the position I was born for, United States Park Ranger. 2 days before my release from the hospital, I received a call.
Hello? Hello?
A gruff voice responded.
Am I speaking with Nathan Diaz? Yes, sir. That's me.
I answered with as much courage as I could muster.
This is Rodney Miller. I'm calling you on behalf of District 9 at the National Park Service. Based on your resume, we believe you might be a good fit for a position that needs to be filled. Would you be open to scheduling an in-person interview to discuss this job further?
Hardly able to contain my excitement, I scheduled an interview for a week later. 72 hours later, freshly freed from the hospital, I had the city bus drop me off at a local used car lot, where I used what little savings I had to purchase a well-loved 2005 red Chevy pickup. I then returned to my run-down apartment for the last time to gather my earthly belongings. I then hopped into my truck and left South Dakota for good. District 9 of the National Park Service covers the Pacific Northwest region of the country and consists of Washington, Idaho, and Oregon. Yet the regional headquarters for District 9 rests 437 miles to the south in the heart of San Francisco. And so I set my compass towards California. Like the hopeful fools hungry for gold a century prior, I too headed west seeking adventure. And like them, I greedily bit off more than I could chew. 24 hours on the road is more than enough time for your brain to reintroduce you to every horrid memory you thought you had suppressed too deeply to ever be recovered. And by the time every terrible moment in my life had been arrested and forced to testify before the jury of my mind, I was less than an hour away from my destination. I pulled into a trucker's stop to freshen up before the interview, and donning my only button-down shirt that wasn't covered by Hawaiian patterns, that only a grandmother could gift a man my age, I cautiously worked my way through the traffic of downtown San Francisco and arrived 15 minutes early. Ranger Miller sat at his desk as I was ushered into his small office. A small man with the voice of a giant. His average build perfectly complemented his equally average face. He looked more like a bank teller than a park ranger, yet his voice carried the strength and confidence of a drill sergeant.
Thank you for coming in, Nathan,
he said, as our hands met in a single shake.
I'm glad we were able to meet in person.
Thank you for this opportunity.
I replied as I sat down.
So tell me, why do you want to work for the Park Service?
I thought for a moment.
Well, I've always felt more at home in nature, and I figured it was time to take my love for the outdoors and turn it into a career.
Miller looked at me, nodding as if urging me to continue.
And to be honest, I'm not very good around people, and the escaping people in the woods is sort of a dream come true.
I awkwardly finished. Miller chuckled and said,
Yeah, most guys say something like that. A good number of applications view this job as an escape, and I can't blame them. We're all running from something. Are you willing to work long, hard days?
Yes, sir, that's not a problem.
Are you able to put up with an uncomfortable working environment?
If by that you mean the great outdoors, yes, that's fine with me.
He smiled and said,
You seem like a good kid, Nathan, and your credentials are good. I'd like to offer you a position. Currently in District 9, there are a handful of openings, so you have a preference that could help us find a good fit for you?
I thought for a moment and answered,
If possible, I'd like a position where it's likely I'll be completely alone for extended periods of time.
Miller stared at me with a gaze I couldn't quite place. His smile faded slightly, and when he spoke, it was with a serious tone that was a newcomer to the conversation.
I have one position like that. It's based out of an isolated post on the northeast side of Mount Rainier National Park. The bulk of the job would be clearing and maintaining trails that haven't been touched by anyone other than rangers in decades. It's as secluded as it gets, and I'll be upfront with you. There's been a lot of turnover for this position.
He paused as if to choose his words carefully.
Mostly due to the isolation and difficult terrain. It's not for everyone.
Sheepishly, he asked,
Does that sound like something you'd be interested in?
Without hesitation, I replied.
That's exactly what I want. I'll take it.
Miller stared at me, the same way a father would stare at his son heading off to war. Finally, he said,
Great. Welcome to the Park Service, Ranger Diaz.
A single bead of sweat rolled down his forehead.
Let's get the paperwork started. You're eligible for a sign-on bonus, and due to the difficult terrain at your post, you'll also get hazard pay. After you sign, we'll go grab your government-issued tent, uniform, and boots. So sign here to officially accept the position.
With the swipe of a pen, I sealed my fate. After locating Uncle Sam's gift, Rodney Miller walked me to the door. Turning to me, he said,
You had a report for the onboarding at the Rangers Post 16 miles southwest of the town of Roslyn 2 days from now. Your immediate supervisor is Ranger Tim Ward. You'll report to him now. Be sure to give yourself time to get familiar with the town of Roslyn and pick up any essentials you need.
His sweaty hand met mine in a final handshake, and looking into my eyes, he said,
I truly hope our paths cross again one day.
Roslyn, Washington rests nestled in the rugged Cascade Mountains. Its isolation is no less than a needle in a haystack. With just 950 permanent residents, trees outnumber souls 1,000 to 1 in this quaint yet secluded little mountain town. It boasts a laundromat with 10 washers and dryers, as well as 3 bars, which dominate the town's economy. A small grocery store called Food Mart, and a single diner, the type where everyone knows everyone, and the waitress calls you honey. Lastly, there is the library, which guards books older than time itself, and a librarian who looks like she was there when they were written. Roslyn is no bustling metropolis, but the people like it that way. It's quiet and calm, and it suits most folks just fine. I pulled into town the evening before my first day on the job, and right away I headed to Food Mart. Here I picked up the essentials: sandwich supplies, ramen noodles, and a can of Pringles. I planned to sleep in my truck outside the ranger post that night, as there was no hotel in Roslyn. My nightly accommodations limited what I was willing to buy on the Virgin trip to Food Mart. Tossing a pack of spearmint gum and a stick of deodorant into my cart, I headed to the checkout counter, behind which sat a woman of considerable age, whose skin reminded me of raisins. Eyeing me, this fossil spoke to me through blackened teeth and peeling lips. I'm sorry.
What a visual.
I can redo that part.
No, I love it. We're leaving it just like that. I felt that.
I don't know why I expected anything less from this story at this point. Like,
New to the area or just passing through?
Here to stay, ma'am. I'm the new ranger at post 1150.
a wild look appeared in her piercing stare, a combination akin to both lunatics and wild animals.
Is that the case, Sonny? You'll need some beer.
I chuckled.
Is the job really that rough?
She smirked and muttered,
We need to get you some beer.
before screaming at the poor girl stalking the shelves.
Nancy! Pick us off useful and grab this boy a six-pack of that cheap stuff.
The pretty college-aged Nancy rushed off to quickly appease her grandmother.
Oh, no, I really don't need any alcohol. I'm not much of a drinker.
I said as the memory of the overpowering smell of booze and my friend's blood flooded my mind.
Here you go.
Nancy nervously said as she placed the cans on the counter.
Really, I don't need it.
I protested.
It's on the house.
The raisin lady said flatly.
I can't accept this.
Listen, boy. I don't know where you're from, but around here, if someone offers you a gift, you take it. Now take the beer.
The moment was so very uncomfortable. It made me remember why I hate people. And like a dog with its tail between its legs, I quickly paid and left with the beer in hand. Maybe Food Mart isn't for me. Ranger Tim Ward was a creature of habit. His daily routine was set in stone, and that was all by design. It was his sun-faded blue Jeep Wrangler that served as my alarm clock that morning. At approximately 5:59 a.m., his loud vehicle pulled up next to my truck, tearing me from my cramped slumber. He was a mountain of a man, a perfect poster boy for U.S. park rangers. His skin was heavily tanned from the sun, and a finely maintained beard blanketed his face. If Paul Bunyan had a younger brother, it certainly would be Ranger Ward. He knocked on the window of my truck, and seeing that I was awake, he loudly said,
I'll give you 10 minutes to get in uniform and meet me in my office.
At 6:11 a.m., I was outside his office door knocking. I entered slowly.
You're a minute late. Something to work on. Diaz, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Nate Diaz.
Welcome to Washington, Diaz. Take a seat.
I sat in the worn chair facing the desk.
Now, Diaz, this post is not exciting, nor glamorous. If you're expecting to impress any tourist girls with that uniform, you're sorely mistaken. You can count the number of living souls you'll see on these hills on one hand.
I bravely responded.
I know, sir. That's what I signed up for.
His stare was heavy upon me.
What are you running from, son? The law?
No, nothing like that, sir. Just some painful memories.
Well, I hate to tell you this, but you can't outrun those, especially not here. Nevertheless, I'm glad you're here. We run a skeleton crew here at Post 1150, and honestly, we've been short-staffed here for quite a while. All the new hires they keep sending our way haven't lasted more than 6 months. I have no reason to think it'll be any different for you, but who knows? I could be wrong.
He shrugged.
But no matter how long you're here, you answer to me, and I expect you to follow my orders without question. Got it?
Got it.
I answered.
But, may I ask, why doesn't anyone stick around?
Ward sighed a sigh that was far heavier than the question warranted.
Well, Diaz, for some, they couldn't handle the isolation. At times, a man is more scheduled in these woods than if he were on the moon. Oh, excuse me, not scheduled. I'm retarded. Well, Diaz, for some, they couldn't handle the isolation. At times, a man is more secluded in these woods than if he were on the moon. And it wears heavier on some than it does on others. And some couldn't follow my orders, and it cost them. Hope you'll be different.
I nodded nervously.
I hope so too.
After some more small talk, Ward began to give me some more details on the job.
Here at 1150, we have two main roles. First, we are an information relay point for the fire lookouts dotted across the side of the park. We pass fire and weather updates on to the proper channels. You won't have to deal with this side of the job. It's primarily the duty of the assistant and myself. Now, the second duty is where you come in, trail maintenance. 3 rangers are assigned to this work. Christine maintains the southeast region. I doubt you'll ever meet her since you and Reggie are covering the northwest region. Now, Reggie has been doing this job longer than me, nearly 30 years. He's set to retire at the end of the year, and it will be just you in the northwest region. But in the meantime, Reg will be training you. He's a good man, and you can learn a lot from him. 7 miles up the trail is a small cabin, and that will serve as home base for you and Reg. After we're finished here, you'll head up there, and he'll give you more of the specific rules and start showing you the ropes. I do, however, have some general rules for you. First, no sloppy uniforms. I don't care if you're not in the public eye, I expect you to look sharp. And if I catch you out of uniform, I'll write you up. Got it?
I nodded.
Good. Second, maintain proper radio etiquette. The primary way I or anyone else will communicate with you is through the radio. Reggie will teach you how to use it later on, but it's not your personal cell phone. It's for work purposes only. Yes, sir. I understand.
I responded.
Okay, and lastly,
His tone shifted, becoming more serious.
the cabin door must remain. Excuse me, there's not a remained. The cabin door must remain locked until daybreak. And no matter what voices or sounds you hear, do not open the door.
Confused, I protested.
Sir, what if someone needs help? Shouldn't I help?
He stared at me, and his voice was slow and sober.
Nothing out there is worth opening the door for. Now, get your pack. You're headed up trail.
Confused, I stood up to obey.
Okay, we're getting there.
This
We're getting there.
This is interesting. I like this little bit of exposition we get. No matter what you hear, no matter what voices come from that door, or what sounds.
It's funny because I saw the tag slow burn, right?
Yeah.
And like when his friend died, I was like, okay, this is not a slow burn. We are immediately just fucking ripping the Band-Aid off. But then we started going into all this and like like you said, the exposition. It's kind of like, but it's good because I feel like a lot of times creepypastas don't spend time building the character.
No, not at all.
And so, but like this link obviously spends a little bit, if it uses the time well, it spends a little bit of time like really investing you in the character. And the thing is, when we started the story, this guy seemed like a complete goob.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. I thought he was going to be a little bit of a libtard.
And now we're kind of at the point where I'm like, okay, I want to see him do well. Like, he's genuinely, like, he went through a shitty thing. He's genuinely just trying to, like, play to his passion. Like, okay. Like, I'm kind of invested in the character now, you know?
What I love is just how much time they spend on each character, developing them a little bit.
Yeah,
It's very reminiscent of, like, a pilot episode of a good TV show for me.
Yeah,
where you're
for
getting,
real.
Like, the way they make you feel about Hank right off the rip, you immediately get kind of invested because we all have that one friend.
We all know him.
Yeah.
We all know Hank.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
And just how, like the routine that I've grown to expect, you know, if he's gonna ask me for that ride, and honestly, I'm kind of excited because hey, at least I get to talk with someone a little bit longer, shoot the shit for a little bit, and then immediately just boom, hang fucking dead, immediate life shift, and like the Rangers that we're meeting, the interviewer, like it's enough little bits of information that you can like hear their backstory forming. Like, okay, clearly Ranger Tim, I believe it was, he's very like hardened. He's seen enough people come and go. He's probably worked this job himself because he knows, don't open the fucking door. No matter what you hear, it's not worth it. Just don't open the fucking door.
Well, we also have the nuggets.
Yeah.
We also have the nuggets. Like, don't forget. So, okay, yeah, we got the don't open the door. But also, like, the lady. So, remember, Raisin Face didn't, like, insist on giving him beer until she found out where he was going.
Yeah.
And she was like, no, you're going to need it. And he's like, I don't want it. But, no, you're taking the beer. Like, yeah. And so I don't know how that's going to come into play, but I think and hope that it's going to come back into play. You know what I mean?
It definitely will. There's no way it doesn't. There's no way there's no callback to the beer because he took it with him. So
he did.
He's definitely going to indulge after whatever voices he hears or whatever comes down that pipeline, you know?
No, I'm excited. I'm very excited because I don't feel like we're only getting one night either. I feel like this is, you know, a length of story that we're going to get like a few nights out on these trails before shit really hits the fan.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
100%.
Yeah. All right. Let's go. The 4-hour hike. Also, before we get back into it, actually, it was a good idea to split up the dialogue and the narration, I think, because I was thinking initially that, okay, well, it's going to get really shitty if I'm narrating the whole thing and he's doing the voices. But honestly, there's such a fair mix of dialogue and narration in this. I appreciate that. Like me too. Because a lot of times too with creepypastas, they just want to give you a narrative. Yeah. And so there's no like, this is not really a story so much as like you're just telling me about observations.
Right. And what's cool about the dialogue is because when you're doing just narration, you're getting the story perspective from one point of view. Mm-hmm. When you're hearing dialogue, you're hearing how that character would think in that moment. You're hearing how that particular character builds their world. So to have the dialogue be a good portion of this, it's really nice because we get to hear so much more about the characters' perspectives. I think it's fucking sick, dude.
No, for sure.
I'm bought. I'm bought in. I'm here.
I'm too. Honestly, like it's almost to a point. I wish this were the pilot episode for a show. You know what I'm saying? Like
could be.
Because it feels very like so I'm thinking like at the point that we're at, and obviously we're only halfway through, but like tell me if this wasn't the first episode you saw of like an anthology horror series or something like that, you know, different short story week to week.
Oh, I'd love
Tell me if this is the first. You would love it.
I would eat
like
that
it's
shit
great.
up.
It's great.
This is very well done.
All right, jumping back in. The 4-hour hike to my new home was among some of the most enjoyable moments of my life. With each step down the trail, the pack upon my back became lighter and lighter. As the crisp mountain air filled my lungs, I smiled. I was happy. Untouched, rugged wilderness surrounded me, encasing me in miles and miles of ponderosa pine. I had never been this happy, this peaceful. All my worries and burdens melted as snow in the spring. And yet, I didn't feel alone. I felt watched. Not in a bad way, but as though the forest itself had set its eye on me. As though I had been accepted into its family, and I had its full protection and security. It was a sense of being loved, as though I was one with the wilderness. I pressed on, my face still wearing a smile. A little before noon, I arrived at the cabin that was to be my home. On the porch stood a tall, thin, older man who met me with a warm wave and a wide smile. His dark brown eyes were full of wisdom and kindness. Stepping off the porch, he walked over to greet me.
Welcome, son. Glad to see you made it safely. Nathan, isn't it?
I nodded warmly.
Yes, sir, but you can call me Nate.
He smiled as he answered.
Well, all right, Nate. No need for that sir stuff here. It's just you and me and the bears.
He chuckled softly at his own joke.
I'm Reggie Dosla, but most people just call me Reg. I'll be your bunkmate till the end of this year, and in the meantime, I'll be showing you the ropes.
Good to meet you, Reg. Can't wait to learn everything from you. Or, excuse me. Good to meet you, Reg. Can't wait to learn everything you know.
I liked Reg. He had a grandfatherly nature, which I found very calming.
Come on in, Nate. Let's get you settled.
He turned and entered the cabin, beckoning me to follow. Eagerly, I followed. But as my foot landed on the porch's step, I paused. An uneasy sense flooded my mind. I was being watched. Not in the general sense that I had felt before, no. Something specific had turned its eye on me. An overwhelming feeling of dread clouded my brain. Slowly, I turned my head and faced the woods behind me. There was nothing. Nothing but an endless maze of bark and leaves. Thousands of trees stood before me, and together they formed a dense wall of unknown. So much to see, and yet there was nothing there. And with the nothingness came a quietness. The type of quietness that shouldn't exist in the forest. Not a chirping bird, not a cracking twig, not even the music of the wind in the trees. There was nothing. Who knows how long I stood there? Was it seconds or was it days? I do not know. My eyes strained to find even the slightest movement in the sea of trees, yet my eyes didn't detect even the shaking of a leaf. Something's out there. There has to be something out there. I know what I felt, and I felt a gaze upon me. To this day, I don't know if it was real or a trick of the light, or maybe it was just the wind moving among the branches, but at long last, my eyes noticed the smallest movement. Thousands of trees away, there was a shape that just didn't belong. Dark mass slightly sticking out from behind a birch tree, no bigger than the corner of a man's shoulder. The foreign shape slowly shifted till it was fully gone behind the tree.
Nate, you okay?
The words from Reg broke my trance.
Yeah, sorry, I was, just taking in the view.
Quickly, Reg's eyes scanned the horizon. Seeing nothing, he said,
Well, come on. Once you're unpacked, we can get lunch going.
Turning, I quickly crossed the porch to enter the cabin, and I tried to banish any fear over what I saw from my mind. It was easier than I thought. I told myself,
It's just an animal. Of course you saw something moving in the woods.
any concern I had was drowned out by the smell of cheap hot dogs, which awoke a starving beast in my gut. The cabin, though small, was comfortable and cozy, consisting of 2 small bedrooms, a bathroom with a shower, and a large open room that served as a living room, library, and kitchen. The ancient structure was a time capsule for adventures long forgotten. Its walls were dotted with pictures of vistas rarely seen, specimens of both animal and mineral kind, and well-used hiking equipment, all of which boasted a grand story of their own. The library was small yet well-rounded. The living room held an old reading chair paired with a small end table, and a weathered leather couch covered in a layer of dust. Large windows opened to the woods on both sides of the cabin. The kitchen hosted a retro fridge and stove, both from the 70s.
20 years off, no big deal.
Yeah.
70s,
Oh,
90s,
so
same thing.
I'll start that sentence back. The kitchen hosted a retro fridge and stove, both from the 70s, and the cabinets were well stocked with canned beans and Spam. All in all, it was a charming place, pleasant change from my crummy apartment back in Oakoma, and I quickly made myself at home. As we ate our well-balanced lunch of hot dogs and baked beans, Reg began to supply more information on my new career.
You won't need to worry so much about food around here. We have more than enough canned supplies to last the winter and twice a month. Weather permitting, they'll send porters up the trail to supply some more perishable foods to our cabin and some of the watchtowers further up. You'll need to write down a list of any food allergies you have so they can adjust their trips accordingly. They're usually pretty good when it comes to getting us stuff we enjoy. Only limitation is on the drink side. They only bring bottled water and beer. If you have a certain brand of beer you like, include it on the list.
Call back to the beer.
It's back. It's back. I'm telling you, there's a relevance here.
Cilantro.
Indeed, cilantro. I nodded and waited for him to continue.
When it comes to the job, for the most part, we maintain trails that are a day's journey from the cabin. Yet, once a month, we deal with the longer trails. These are on a rotation, so you only deal with each one twice a year. When the time comes to maintain these longer sections, what you'll do is hike 2 days up and turn around, clearing the trail as you work your way back to the cabin.
He paused to inhale part of a hot dog.
This is where your pack comes in. Always have it ready for a 3-day trek. Alongside our normal duties of trail maintenance from time to time, we serve as messengers to the nearest watchtower. If their radio goes out, it's roughly 3 days out, so be ready for that. Be ready to go that far.
Absolutely. I'll pack tonight.
He nodded.
Good. Other than that, Nate, this is a fairly easy post. Just always be aware of your surroundings, especially early on. Some of these trails are pretty difficult to follow, so if you aren't paying attention, you can end up back off trail and not sure how to get back. Practice common sense and take it seriously. Follow Ward's rules and you'll be alright.
What's with Ward's rule about helping people at night? Aren't we supposed to help people?
Thought for a minute and then slowly answered.
Well, son, a couple of years ago there were some incidents. Now's not the time to get into that, but basically, some calls for help after dark weren't what they seemed, and opening the door only put rangers in harm's way, so since then, the standard operating procedure for this region is to keep the doors locked and radio in the disturbance. You must follow this rule, Nate, at the very least. Your job depends on it.
Okay, I understand.
Were the only words that I had.
Well, good. I finally got one last odd rule for you, though it's more of a ranger tradition than a rule.
All right, what is it?
Whenever you're more than a day's hike away from the cabin, always pack a bottle of beer with you.
I stared at him with a confused look.
Oh, always bring beer. Beer is gonna repel something. I'm seeing it in my crystal ball
100%. 100%. The beer is gonna be like whatever is out there, whatever gave him that feeling, whatever it is, it wants to make nice with the booze.
Right. No, exactly. And notice specifically how when he says that, he says always whenever you're more than a day's hike away from the cabin. So that could mean a couple different things. That could mean like, hey, you know, most people would tell you to bring water, right?
Yeah.
Why are you bringing beer? It's not to hydrate yourself. That's clearly.
It's also, it's like, it's not to enjoy the beer either, because like one beer for a day's hike.
Right, that's true. He does just say a bottle of beer, not a case.
Not
a case.
Yeah.
This is very interesting.
And I like to, so I'm weaving some things together. He also said your favorite beer. That's favorite beer earlier. He said if you have a favorite beer.
He did say that.
That's what makes me think, because remember too, the whole hike up to the cabin, we feel a friendly spirit. We're feeling, you know, I'm one with nature and I'm being accepted and watched and all that. So it wants to be your friend, maybe.
Yep.
Maybe.
I'm excited.
But it saw you go into the cabin. It knows what comes out of the cabin. bring your favorite beer. It's time for us to bond.
Yep.
You know what I mean? I mean, and like really take it back. Like, if you come to my house, what am I giving you? I'm giving you my favorite beer. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you have guests over, you're giving them your favorite beer. It's like, well, yeah, you know,
I like
maybe
it,
I'm stretching.
dude. I like it a lot.
Maybe I'm stretching.
No, I think you're onto something. I definitely think it's gonna be like either to ward off something or to be like as a peace offering to something.
Editor Nick here. Nope. Sorry. Nope.
Well, and also on that note, though, there's an interesting little catch in there. He doesn't like beer. Nate does not like beer.
Yeah,
remember?
That's true. And they have said multiple times, because I think he said it, Reg said it, and then the guy that, not the guy that hired him, but the next guy, the other Ranger Tim, I think it was.
Yeah.
He had said something about it being your favorite beer as well.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Speaking of which, I need to grab another beer out of the fridge. I'll be right back. 1 sec.
Make haste. I'm all alone. There's no one here beside me. But you gotta have friends.
Stop singing!
I might leave that in. I think I'm gonna. Yep. How's everyone doing? If you've made it to this point in the video, put your favorite beer down in the comments right now. I'm curious. What is it? Mine is that Citizen Cider Donut. I need it. Oh, hello. Welcome back.
Yeah, one of the additions, you may not know this, that I made to my basement is there's a full refrigerator right there.
Okay. All right.
No more mini fridge, you know? Like, when I say I gotta grab a beer, like I'm walking 10 feet away for a full kitchen refrigerator.
Beautiful. That's beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
Fully stocked?
Oh, yeah. No, fully stocked. It's become my meat freezer as well. Like the freezer up top, that's where I keep my meats and stuff, and I move them down to the fridge when they're going to be grilled the next day.
Top tier.
Oh, yeah. No, we went full man cave with the basement remodel.
It's just like we were talking about earlier. You got to have your space.
Oh, yeah. What do I love more than meat and beer? Sierra? Like, that's the only thing that goes above that, you know?
It's marginally, very marginally.
Yeah. Barely, but still. Enough to count.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to grab a snack.
Yep. All right. Well, the most fun part of this is going to be if the YouTube guidelines are very heavily against beer, seeing how many times Nick has to edit in water during this section. And so we're going to be talking about meat and water with cartoony candy water.
Loosen up during the cook, and I just wanted to say it again.
What did I just come back to?
So randomly, while we're having this conversation, which is completely isolated that no one else can know that we're having.
Okay.
And alright, so I stared at him with a confused look was where we took off, I believe.
I know it's strange, but it's tradition. Older generations of rangers started it. The reasoning behind it was that if the rangers suffered a life-threatening injury this deep in the woods, chances are it was at the end of the line. Packing a beer allowed the ranger the option of a final drink as he lay dying in the woods.
That's pretty morbid.
I responded.
Yeah, it is. But it's tradition. Every ranger packs a bottle in his trail pack. It's our way of keeping in touch with our roots. And now that you're one of us, you should do the same.
I nodded, happy to be a part of a timeless tradition, no matter how strange.
That's all I got for you, ruler-wise. I suggest you take the afternoon to pack your gear. According to the radar, we have some heavy rain for the next few days, so we'll be cabin-bound. But on the 1st of next week, we'll be headed up the Trail 5, which leads to a couple of watchtowers, and it's due for maintenance. We'll be covering roughly 40 miles in the 4 days we're on the trail, so rest up over these few days.
The radar was right. Heavy rain filled our weekend. Water fell from the heavens onto the overhead cover of pine and gently dripped down, forming small pools in the dirt. These few cabin-bound days were calming and refreshing. The old reading chair became my home as I ingested various nature-themed books, washing it all down with a regular supply of hot tea. Saturday brought the heaviest of the rain, like a shower that wouldn't turn off. It washed away any topsoil and reshaped the forest floor, causing microscopic canyons into the Washington soil. I sat reading Patterson's Final Field Guide to Animal Tracks, and a large picture window to my left reminded me of a windshield in a car wash. The constant flow of water down the glass blurred everything to the point that only colors and rough shapes were perceivable. Yet out of the corner of my eye there was movement, a crossing motion somewhere in the surrounding woods, which distracted my gaze from my book. I turned to the window, wondering what, if anything, I had seen. I sat and watched the rain, and there it was again. A dark shape, roughly 20 yards from the cabin, weaved its way between the trees, working from left to right with clear, intelligent movements. As stealthy as a snow leopard, it moved with purpose. Like a ghost, it moved, vanishing behind every tree and covering the distance between each one with masterful skill. Its shape was unclear. The water on the glass matched with its movement made it impossible to see any distinguishing characteristics. All that was known to me was its dark color and movement. I quickly stood and stared intently, hoping to identify the owner of the shape. Soon, it was gone. It went behind a large tree and I watched to see it cross on the other side, but it never did. It was gone. Reg, who was organizing the cabinets in the kitchen, noticed me staring and crossed over to stand with me at the window.
Something caught your eye?
He said.
Yeah, not sure what though. Can't really tell right now with the rain. I'm not sure where it went. It just went behind that tree.
Reg's eye quickly scanned the view from the window. Seeing nothing, he responded with,
Well, it was probably just a deer looking for a dry spot.
That's what I thought.
I said.
Only it was a lot darker than a deer and it looked a lot bigger too.
Reg nodded.
I wouldn't worry about it. Lots of animals in the woods.
With that, he headed back to the kitchen, though I noticed as he passed the front door he casually turned the deadbolt, locking the door. Something I was only told to do at night. He quickly changed the subject, reminding me what to pack for our upcoming journey. I listened, but couldn't help but feel like he wasn't telling me all that he knew. Sunday came and went. Late Sunday evening, the rain broke and the clouds cleared. Monday morning, I was met with the most amazing sunrise I'd ever seen, as well as the warm smell of a fresh pot of coffee. Leaving my bedroom, I was met with a smiling Reg, who handed me a mug of joe.
Today's the day, son. We hit the trail right after breakfast, and a lot of ground to cover. 15 miles, give or take. We've got to make our camp area at the top of Scalper's Ridge before nightfall.
I'm ready when you are.
I said with a grin.
I've been looking forward to this.
After breakfast, Reg grabbed 2 glass beer bottles. He put one in the side water bottle slot of my pack and the other in his, and then he reached for the old 2-way radio that sat upon the kitchen counter near the coffee maker. Speaking into the receiver, he said,
This is Reg and Nate. We're heading up Trail 5. We'll be out of contact for about 4 days.
Seconds later, the radio spoke back with the voice of Ranger Ward.
Thanks for the heads up. Reg, stay safe out there.
Will do.
Said Reg.
Over and out.
We then fastened our packs to our back and headed up Trail 5. The route to Scalper's Ridge was long and difficult, and even more so after a strong rain. The once coarse and dry dirt had now been transformed into smooth and slippery mud, which made the uphill trail all the more time-consuming. Over the next 15 miles, we were to gain 2,500 feet of elevation to our not stop on top of Scalper's Ridge, and tomorrow we would lose the elevation as the trail descended to the meadow on the other side of the ridge. It was hard work but fulfilling. The wilderness was full of life and beauty after the storm. As noon approached, we had covered 10 miles. Slowing down, Reg turned to me and in an exhausted voice said,
Let's rest here for lunch. The last 5 miles are steep and rocky. We're making good time, so let's take a good long breather before the hard part.
I nodded as I released the pack from my back.
You don't have to tell me twice.
In this moment, I welcomed food and rest as if they were old friends. We both sat down and located from our packs the ham sandwiches Reg had made yesterday. Turning a log into a bench, we sat and ate. No 5-star restaurant could rival this dining experience. Our stopping point provided us with a vantage point over the land we had covered. It was truly glorious. Miles of woods as old as time, untouched by human hands. Reg broke the silence.
Hard to believe some people want to tear all this down and put more roads and apartments. I'd like to think that if they would only come out here and see all this, they would have a change of heart. I think most of the people don't realize this is all here. And if they did, they would want to protect it.
Reg chuckled quietly, chewed a sandwich, and thought for a moment.
Settlers saw the same land the Cherokees saw, only they didn't see what was there. All they saw were fields for cattle, timbers for towns. Some people don't see the beauty of nature. Nate, they only see resources to fuel their comfort.
I looked at Reg and saw a man time had forgotten. The modern world had no place for a man like him, and yet he was the only kind of man this world needed. A man of wisdom, of tradition, a mentor. The allure of wealth and comfort did not affect him. He cared only for real things, for people, and the world people had forgotten. Our discussion shifted to debating whether the eagle or the falcon was a better predatory bird. And as it did, off in the distance, we noticed a traveler moving up the trail we had spent the morning conquering. The individual moved quickly, far quicker than Reg and me. When we first noticed that we weren't alone on the trail, this new pilgrim was a few miles out, yet within the hour they had approached our position. The hiker was a woman, probably in her early 30s. She was short, yet athletic, and she, like us, sported a large backpack and a ranger uniform. She radiated the confidence of someone who had a great deal of experience in the outdoors. Reg acknowledged her with a nod and said,
Afternoon, Sarah. Good to see you. Heading up to your tower, are you?
Sarah responded,
Howdy, boys. Good day for a hike. Yep, Reg, returning home. That time of the year.
That is it. Hopefully we won't see many fires this year. We'll be spending the night at the ridge. You're welcome to join us. We'll make room.
Sarah shook her head.
Thanks, but I prefer the meadow. Hoping to make it to the tower tomorrow afternoon, so I gotta pack in the miles today.
Okay then, just be safe. Don't push too hard.
She grinned.
Will do. See you around, fellas.
She said with a wave as she headed up the trail. After we had parted ways, Reg turned to me and said,
That was Sarah Henderson. She's the lookout for Tower 7, 12 miles past the ridge. Been doing the job for 10 years, give or take. She's one of the good ones. Loves the job and takes it seriously.
Well, it's good to know she's out here.
I said.
That is it, Nate. And if everything goes right, we probably won't see her till the end of the season.
30 minutes later, after we finally agreed that the eagle was the better bird, Reg rose to his feet, and with a stretch, he said,
Well, we should probably get a move on. The last couple of miles are rough going, and we'll want some time to settle at the ridge.
I agreed and reached for my pack. Scalper's Ridge is the local high point that separates our forest into two. It runs like a backbone through the uniform pine and aspen. Though the top of the ridge itself is rarely flat, the path leading up to it was far from flat. The final 3 or 4 miles accounted for the majority of the elevation gain. The going was slow, but we pushed on. Reg led the way, and it was clear that his older body was being tested. His skill and experience were struggling to balance out the crippling power of age. As I followed Reg, my mind wandered far off the trail. I thought of the miles of pure, untouched timber that surrounded me, of the beauty of the land and the animals that called it home. And in a moment, I thought of Hank. My mind had been working overtime to keep any thought of him at bay, but now the slowness of our progress and the boringness that followed served as the perfect avenue for his memory to work its way to center stage. Had he suffered? What was his dying thought? Did he know it was over? Was the accident my fault? What about his family? What would they think of me? Hank's friend who flees moments after his death. What was I doing? Am I really that much of a coward to run and hide instead of being there for them in their pain? Ward was right. I couldn't outrun this. In that moment, the wilderness lost all its beauty. It was no longer freedom. It was a cage. A cage I ran into hoping to be free. In the quietness of the hike, Hank's memory haunted me. Time marched on as my mind prosecuted me with evidence of my shame and guilt. The world around me was a blur, and I marched on completely unaware of my surroundings, till suddenly my daze was broken as my legs were knocked out from under me. I fell hard on my face, and the steep trail combined with gravity caused my body to roll and pick up speed as I headed down the trail, till a weathered pine broke my fall. As my pack and back slammed into it, I suddenly lifted my aching and bruised body, and in response to the sharp pain in my left thigh, I looked down and saw a large shard of glass protruding from the meaty mass of my thigh. My beer bottle had smashed, and a portion of it had found a new home in my leg. I winced in pain and quickly hobbled over the body of Reg.
Reg!
I shouted.
Are you alright?
Reg had slipped. Slick, muddy, and steep trail offered light grip for his 10-year-old boots. In an instant, his body went violently horizontal and began to slide down the trail and directly into me, bowling me over and continuing for a dozen feet to his final resting place at the side of a large boulder. At my cry, he slowly shifted and pulled himself to his knees, swearing under his breath. He calmed my fears by saying,
I'm alright, son, just some bruises, and my pride is in shambles. I'm sorry for knocking you over. This is a young man's game, and I don't move as I used to.
He reached out his arm to me, looking for support to get to his feet. As he did, he noticed a piece of glass in my leg.
Nate, are you okay? What happened?
My beer smashed in the fall. And just my luck, I got caught with the glass.
Well, I guess I have better luck than you. Mine broke as well, but I didn't catch any glass. Help me get the first aid kit out of my pack, and we'll take care of that.
Thankfully, the glass missed everything important in my thigh, and after getting it cleaned and covered, it hardly bothered me. Other than that and a small cut on Reg's face, we emerged fairly untouched from the fall. And we pressed on with the final stretch, and shortly after this incident, we summited the ridge. At the top, we were rewarded with perfect 360-degree views of everything. Everything in our small world. We saw the borders of our territory in every direction, and we truly felt like kings of the kingdom. Judging by the position of the sun and confirmed by our watches, we summited with just under 3 hours of daylight. Plenty of time to settle in, set up our tents, start a fire, and prepare dinner. Chef Boyardee canned spaghetti and meatballs never tasted so good. After nightfall, the stars came out to dance. I never saw so much of the night sky. It was glorious, and the full moon illuminated the surrounding woods, making flashlights unnecessary. Around the campfire, with cheap noodles and fake meatballs in his stomach, Reg came alive. Clearly, he was fueled by the outdoors and adventure. He laughed deeply and freely, and he told cringy stories about his first ex-wife, all while the fire danced wildly in his eyes. As the storybook began to run dry, he became quieter. He stared into the fire, hypnotized by its movements. After a few silent moments, he slowly, in a low voice, began to chant in a language I did not know. It was lively and melodious. It was beautiful, and though I did not understand, I found it calming.
What was that?
I asked when he had finished. With a smile, he replied,
The elders of my people used to sing that song during the lessons I had as a child. It speaks of the provision of the land, the food from the water and forests, the shelter from the trees. And with the power of the earth, it's a happy song. It is to remind us that nature provides all we need. So many of my people have forgotten their past, but the good and the bad. They have lost their bond with earth because of the distractions of modern life. I sing that song from time to time to remind myself of what they have forgotten. That the earth provides for its children, and we shouldn't scorn her gift.
Thank you for sharing. It was beautiful, and I'm glad I got to hear it.
He shrugged and smiled.
It's meant to be shared, and its words make me happy.
I nodded in agreement and reached for my water bottle. Our conversation was good. We spoke of our lives, our dreams, our fears, and our worries. Nothing was held back around the fire. Drowsiness loomed heavy on me. I was more than ready to head to my tent and give up the fight against sleep's power. But as I opened my mouth to announce my surrender, a different noise echoed through the night. A cruel, cold, piercing howl. Not a howl like a wolf or coyote would make. More like a scream. Not a scream of pain, but one of rage and malice. Froze my blood. In fear, I asked.
What in the world was that?
Reg sighed and added more wood to the fire. It felt like an eternity before he answered. And when he did, his voice was strong, yet low and reverent.
Not everything that lives in the woods can be found in a guidebook. Such things are rejected by the so-called rational world. But my people speak of such things. The elders told whispered tales of creatures in the deep woods that move like shadows and remain just out of sight, and follow travelers through dense timber, waiting for the right moment to attack those it stalked. Its real name is dangerous to say, but in English, the elders referred to them as stick Indians, lumberjacks, and those who settled here in the Northwest gave it a different name. But it doesn't matter. The name won't give us power over it. The legends don't tell us what they look like, for no man has ever seen one and lived. If the thing existed, our greatest defense is to remain on guard and be vigilant at all times.
My voice cracked slightly as I answered.
Do you really think that's what made the noise?
He shrugged.
Yeah, I'm open to the idea, though I think there's some more likely culprits, like a mountain lion.
I frowned.
Well, wait a minute. If you thought it was a mountain lion, well, why did you tell me the other stuff?
A wide smile spread across his face.
Well, I thought it would be a good laugh. I don't get to scare the new guy very often, and that look on your face was priceless.
He said, bursting out laughing. I blushed and said,
I didn't find it that funny.
Oh, come on, Nate. What good is a fire if we're not telling some scary stories? One day you'll be the old guy and get to make fun of the newbie.
shaking my head, I said,
Well, now I have to get you back.
Good luck, son. Good luck.
he said as he stood and stretched.
I gotta take a leak.
He said,
Don't wait up if you don't want to.
also rip Reg because Slender Man about to come and eat
Yeah,
this
no,
motherfucker.
literally. Better get got in the woods, bro. They're coming for my boy Reg.
Oh man,
Away
Reg,
from retirement.
Reg getting fucked up. Well, so he said stick men, stick Indians. He said the natives called them stick Indians. That is Slender Man.
Yep.
100% Can't change my mind. Slenderman made that noise. Slenderman's about to kill Reg. Reg dying. Like period, point blank, Reg is dead. All right. R.I.P.
Pour one
Fantastic leak that he's about to take. Pour one out. Yep. And with that, he headed off into the woods to do his business. Like a child, I sat at the fire and sulked. I couldn't believe that I'd fallen for such a stupid story. Of course it was a mountain lion, and Reg played my fear like a master. I had to get him back, so I began to think of a good comeback. By the time that I decided that putting spaghetti and meatballs in a sleeping bag was too cruel, I realized Reg hadn't come back yet. Standing up and looking around, I shouted,
come on, Reg. This isn't funny. Let it go.
I stood quietly and listened for a minute. Nothing. Not a sound.
Reg, I'm tired. Come on out already.
Suddenly, a twinge of fear entered my mind. Maybe he had fallen and gotten hurt. I headed off in the direction he went. Straining my eyes to see in the low light, my foot kicked something that had been lying on the ground, and I knelt and saw that it was Reg's water bottle. Panic filled my mind. Reg could be hurt, I thought.
Reg, are you okay?
I started back toward the fire to grab my headlamp. I searched the area for what felt like hours. I screamed his name, calling for him to return, when all of a sudden there was noise. Noise that sent shivers up my spine, muted my calls to Reg. I went silent as an ungodly combination of two disgusting sounds. Heavy, gruff breathing and wet smacking filled my ear. Almost instinctively, I turned off my headlamp and quickly snuck my way toward the sound. Whatever was making it was not something I wanted to run up on. So I walked further from the fire and closer to the sound, which grew in volume and intensity. About a quarter of a mile out from our camp, the sound was deafening, as though its source was now within my own mind. All other sounds vanished. The night air was consumed with heavy breathing and smacking. Turning a corner, I saw the source of both the sound and my constant nightmares. Before me was a massive ancient tree sitting alone amid a clearing, and hanging up against the side of the tree was Reg, or at least pieces of Reg. 7 feet off the ground was his head, pinned up to the tree by a large branch that had been shoved under the back of his skull and out of his mouth. His eyes had been ripped out, leaving behind 2 craters of bloody flesh. Attached to his head, like a string attached to a balloon, was his wet, shiny spine. And like a jacket hung in the closet, torn long flaps of loose skin cloaked the spine like a cape hanging off of what little remained of Reg's shoulders. And there, at the base of the tree with its back to me, squatted a beast too awful to be real. Even while crouching, the creature was taller than any man, though it was far thinner than humanly possible. Every bone in its evil body was visible, as its pale, gray, hairless, moist skin stretched taut over every joint. Its limbs were far too long, nothing more than skin-covered bone that yielded to awful, needle-like claws on its long, twig-like fingers. Its head was unlike a man's. It looked like the skin of a human head, yet stretched over the skull of a bear, leaving the skin too taut to be distinguished from bone. The creature sat and devoured the inner flesh of Reg. Its heavy breathing was only interrupted by the wet smacking of human flesh being consumed. I gasped and felt the sudden need to vomit. Slowly, I reached up to turn on my headlamp to confirm what the moonlight was showing me. As the light reached the colorless skin of the thing's back, it froze. I held my breath as the creature's head slowly turned over its shoulder and its eyes rested upon me.
Why would you turn the fucking light on?
I know, right?
Like,
I was thinking, I was reading through, I'm like, what are you doing, bro?
What a terrible idea. What a terrible... You're watching your coworker be dismembered. Poor guy's a week away from fucking retirement. He's been working here 30 years and he's been accident free. And fucking Nate comes along and ruins it.
Yep. And all the beer is broken.
Yep.
Let's not forget that.
All the beer is very broken.
Those large, perfectly round eyes were pitch black and lifeless, like the eyes of a great white shark, only with more malice. That eye contact, though it was probably only seconds, felt like days. But suddenly, the movement like lightning, the thing was on its feet and facing my direction. Its jaws opened far too wide, revealing rows and rows of long, needle-like teeth, and with a scream of pure rage, it lurched toward me. I cried in fear. Surely I couldn't outrun this monster, and though I wanted to, my body wouldn't allow it. Instead, I turned around, not wanting to see its teeth meet my flesh, and fell into the fetal position, waiting for my death to come. Only it didn't. I waited, squinting my eyes shut and shielding my head with my hands. Nothing happened. I slowly opened my eyes, but I dared not turn around. It was still there. It was right behind me. I could feel its warm breath on my neck. It couldn't have been more than 2 inches from me. Its labored breathing echoed in my ears. What do I do? I thought the only response from my brain was, don't turn around. I slowly crawled on my stomach, yet it followed, right behind me. If I raised my head slightly, sure I would touch its mouth that loomed over me. It hadn't killed me yet, so I crawled. With each movement, I got a little bolder and faster. Before long, I worked up the courage to get to my knees and crawl. It still followed. Soon, I slowly, at a snail's pace, inched my way up into a standing position. I dared not turn around. Its breath was hot on my neck. There we stood. The creature, like my shadow, stood right behind me, and then it spoke. Its voice was loud and broken. It lacked any cadence, like a dog that had been taught a handful of words. It sounded wrong, like something that shouldn't speak was speaking. It was deep and guttural. In broken English, it said,
Look at me.
The words nearly killed me. Its profane voice said,
Look at me.
I was petrified. Behind me stood a living nightmare that had just murdered my friend. Before me was the black emptiness of the wilderness. I could try to run, but this creature could, in an instant, reach out and slash my throat in one motion. Why hadn't it? Its claws were inches away. Was it playing with me? Did it find my terror amusing? If I ran, would it end its game in the same way it had ended Reg? I had to do something. I had to move. So I slowly lifted my right foot and took a step. Nothing happened. Was this a trap? Was it simply waiting for me to get comfortable and let my guard down? I took another step. Again, nothing. I began to shuffle my way forward and sensed that I had formed some distance between me and the monster. It made no sound, yet I no longer felt its breath on my neck. I froze. Was the thing still there? What if it had quietly left and was waiting ahead of me to attack? What if it was back at camp or in my tent? The thoughts consumed me. I dared not look back. What if it was still there? It wanted me to look at it. What would happen if I did? Certainly it would be death. I needed to get away. I closed my eyes and walked 5 steps forward. There was a small noise behind me and to the left. A twig snapping. Was it there? Was it following me? I didn't wait around to find out. Every 5 steps I would open my eyes to see what the next group of steps held. First it was 5, then 7, finally 10. It was slow going. 30 minutes it took to get to Reg's tree took twice as long going at this pace. And all the while, little noises echoed no more than 30 feet behind me. They were normal forest sounds. Breaking of a twig, the crisp rustling of dirt and fallen pine needles, the scraping of branches against trees. Under any other circumstance, these sounds would have gone unnoticed and drifted away into the symphony of the woods at night. But I knew better. I knew everything I heard had a single source. It was following me. Before long, I saw the fire's light. It glowed low in the distance and warmly illuminated my yellow-gray tent. This camp was not my goal. There was no salvation in that tent. It only showed me the location of the main trail out there. I stood by the fire, taking a moment to warm my shaking hands. Somehow I knew the fire would not ward off the creature that stalked me. I felt its presence in the bushes behind me. The fire warmed me, and bushes rustled behind me. This was going to be a long night. I had to run. It was the only way. I doubt the cabin could provide much protection, but it was better than a tent. I had to make it. I didn't care about my pack or my tent. They would just slow me down. I wasn't much of a runner. There was no way I could run all the 15 miles that lay before me, and I doubt I could do even 5. But maybe I could widen the gap between me and that thing. My back stiffened as I worked up the courage to put my plan into action. Even on this cold night, I was sweating. With as much energy as I could muster, I sprinted down from the warmth of the fire, down the way Reg had led me just a few hours earlier. Adrenaline was my fuel, and I stumbled and fell more than once, but it didn't matter. Scraped knees and bruised hips weren't going to stop me. I had to keep going. 1 mile passed, and then 2. Even though I was aided by going downhill, I was exhausted. My pace slowed from a sprint to a jog, and at my slowed pace, the sound of movement behind me reached my ears. Heavy footsteps and clear rustling in the brush. It had followed. It was hunting me. That realization was all that I needed to keep going. According to my watch, I reached mile 12 just after 1 a.m. In a former life, I would have just finished a shift at a boring yet safe job. I'd be cracking jokes with my friend, but instead I was here, stumbling around in the woods as an unknown creature stalked me. Every fiber of my being wanted to stop, but fear carried me on. It was barely faster than a walk. Footsteps were fast and irregular, unlike an animal, and unlike a man, but each step was intelligent and purposeful. It kept its distance, not too close, not too far, 50 feet or so. Certainly not out of striking distance for a being like this. I pressed on. The wound in my thigh burned, and my feet longed for a break, but I knew no rest would come until I was inside the cabin, for in the cabin was the radio, and with the radio would come help. Soon, I saw the cabin, which looked so peaceful, picturesque, as if all was right in the world. Less than a mile now, but my shadow was closing in. It had split the gap between us, as if it knew I was nearing my refuge. As my pace slowed, its pace quickened slightly. My eyes were locked onto the cabin door. Only 300 feet now, I thought.
"Look,"
boomed the voice behind me. It froze my blood. How easily I could have convinced myself that the voice I heard last night was all in my head. I could have convinced myself that Reg was attacked by a mountain lion, which chased me back to the cabin. But that voice dragged me back to reality. It spoke again.
"Look at me."
I stopped. Only 100 feet between me and the door. Would have to move fast. I sprinted and it followed right behind me. My body slammed into the wooden door and it opened. I was in. Quickly I turned and closed the door, throwing the deadbolt. Not a moment too soon, as a heavy force shook the door. The hinges groaned and the wood vibrated. I backed up from the door, praying it would hold. It did. Whatever was on the other side of the door pounded it with an unearthly viciousness. Blow after blow rocked the old door, yet it held. The creature screamed with rage.
"Look at me, look at me, look at me."
It went on, screaming and banging. It did not weary or relent. On and on it went. I couldn't stand it. I gripped my ears, hoping to dull the noise, but it did no good. Ward wouldn't be at headquarters till 6 a.m., meaning there was no way to hear my pleas for help over the radio. Yet plead I did. The only response I received was static. It was now 3 a.m. I pulled the blinds over every window in the place, creating a calming yet false sense of security. Soon, the awful sounds at the door quieted. Relief flooded my mind. Drowsiness came next, the kind that can't be beat. Sleep overwhelmed me. The couch caught my fall.
That's crazy.
I feel like that's a good pause point,
That's
right?
a good pause point for sure.
Yeah.
I like that.
I like the story to this point. It's long as fuck, but I like the story to this point. Yeah.
The build is huge. I mean, like it said, slow burn, but like it's got such an eerie aspect to it. Like it is really captivating. Dude, I had like 3 hours of sleep last night.
No, I feel you. Bro, I don't know how I'm actually even still going, because I woke up this morning, the first thing I said when me and Sierra were getting up and like ready for church was like, no, I'm taking a nap after church because my batteries are on E. And then immediately church was over. We went up to my mom's house to pick up M. Get there, my mom's like, help me change my air filter. And I was like, okay. And then she was like, help me dig through things in my basement. And I was like, okay. And so we ended up going through her basement. We left her house in time to make it back where I lived 5 minutes late for church. So then we just pull into the church parking lot, go into church, where I was falling asleep during the service, which I never do. Got out of there, came home, and then I texted you, hey, I'm home, let's do this thing. Like,
my man's been chugging along. I feel that, bro.
I
feel that.
I've legit been like just fucking chugging since 9 a.m. Like, I've been on E since 9 a.m. So
yeah, definitely get yourself some restful sleep today, bro.
All right.
Alrighty. Well, we will pause it right here, and we will be back right
in
now.
In new outfits.
In new outfits, right?
All right. Now all the shenanigans are finished. All right. Well, we should be ready. We shouldn't give much of an intro here because we kind of abruptly quit last time. And
we did.
The only thing is, you'll notice he looks much different than last time. And we're both...
I have a haircut.
Yeah, that's true. That is the difference. We are both far less fancy lads today. We're not looking as debonair, but we're gonna pretend this is the same day, and we're gonna continue, guys. So nothing is different here. This is just a continuation of the same story. A metallic clicking jolted me awake 2 hours later. It was 5 a.m. My heart stopped as I realized that the clicking was the sound of an unknown force outside testing the door handle. I shot up from the couch, eyes fixed upon the jiggling door handle. The deadbolt boldly held the line. The little metal bolt was my only defense against the dark forest outside. I held my breath as the handle continued to dance. A quivering voice broke the silence.
Reg, are you in there? Please, let me in.
It was a woman's voice. It was Sarah's voice. I took a step toward the door.
Sarah? It's Nate. Are you okay? Reg is gone.
She whimpered and began to sob. Through tears, she squeaked out her plea.
Nate, please, let me in. There's something out here.
I dashed to the door, but as my hand hovered above the deadlock, the words of Ward echoed through my mind. Never open the door after dark. I gently placed my ear against the door, and I heard a poor, sniffling woman. But beyond that, something else was out there. Another sound. Deep, heavy breathing. Turning to the door, I asked quietly,
Sarah, are you okay?
The sobbing stopped. It was quiet for just a moment.
Please, just open the door.
I inched my way closer to the window and peeked out through the blinds. I gasped at what I saw. There, at the door, stood a battered and bruised Sarah. There she stood, forehead resting against the door. Long, black blade-like fingers wrapped around her head as though it were a basketball. The fingers led to the bony arm attached to the hulking, emaciated figure that stood in the shadows. As I slept, it must have gone back to Sarah's camp and dragged her back to my door, hoping I would open it for her. I pulled back from the window.
Please, Nate.
She pleaded.
I'm sorry, Sarah. I can't.
The silence that followed was potent. But then Sarah screamed. A high, blood-curdling scream. And as the scream started, so did the pounding. The creature pounded her head against the door like it was a hammer pounding a nail. She screamed the whole time. First, it was a loud, pain-filled scream. But as the pounding continued, the scream became gurgled as blood filled her nose and mouth, and then the screaming stopped, and all that remained was the sound of a flattened head hitting solid wood. The creature was enraged. It screamed and shouted and rocked the door with its fists, but still, the door held. At 5:50 a.m., the creature began to circle the cabin, occasionally stopping at the door to pound on it. At 6:01 a.m., I grabbed the radio receiver. Still, a minute late, I hoped Ward wouldn't mind.
Hello? Is anyone there? This is Nate Diaz, and I need help.
I frantically yelled into the handheld receiver. Seconds of static passed, no response, and I repeated my plea.
Anyone, please. This is Nate Diaz. I need help.
Diaz!
Yelled the radio.
This had better been good. My coffee hasn't finished brewing, and already the rookie is screaming on the radio. What's all this about?
Said the grumpy voice of Tim Ward.
Ward, I need help. Something's after me. I'm here at the cabin. It followed me back.
A now serious Ward responded.
Where's Reg?
Reg is dead.
I yelled.
And so is Sarah.
Ward pounded his desk with his fist and swore loudly before redirecting his attention again toward me and blankly saying in a gruff voice,
Did you see it?
What?
The creature. Did you see it?
I fell silent. I didn't know what to say.
Damn it, Diaz! Did you look at it?
Ward screamed.
Yeah, I saw it.
The radio went silent before he quietly asked,
Did you see its eyes?
I'll never forget those eyes.
Yeah, I did.
He gasped before muttering,
Dear God, help us.
What is this? Ward, what is this thing?
With a sigh, he answered,
Hide behind.
A what?
I said.
Hide behind. That's what they call it. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's an animal. Maybe it's a native spirit, or maybe something in between. It's a stealth hunter that preys on lone people in the wilderness. It remains right behind you, or right at the corner of your vision, as it waits for the perfect time to strike.
Or at least, that's its normal behavior.
What you did broke it.
I swallowed and asked,
What do you mean?
You've seen it. Even more,
he said.
You've looked in the eye. No one who has ever seen its eyes has lived. But it isn't going to just kill you. No. It's a hunter. The game it plays has changed. Instead of hiding from you, it now tries to catch you looking. It will follow you, no matter where you go. And it will hound you till at last you break and look at its eyes again. And then it will kill you. You're its only target now. It must keep its perfect record.
He paused, and I didn't know what to say. After a while, he continued.
How did this happen, Diaz? Why didn't you and Reg pack a beer?
We did, sir, but our bottles smashed in a fall we took on the trail. What good is beer?
Well, it's the only thing that we found that will keep it at bay. The smell of fermentation seems to upset it, but that won't help you now. Didn't help the last guy. Won't help you. The rage it has for you is far greater than its dislike of the smell.
The last guy?
I asked.
This has happened before? Yes, a few times.
He said blankly.
In the back of the drawer by the stove, there's a letter from one of the other victims. There are some helpful survival tips in it. I'm going to take the ATV up to you. Read it while you wait for me. Don't worry, when I get there, it will hide.
It has to for everyone who hasn't seen its eyes.
Be ready to go when I get there.
How many survived?
I asked.
None. I'll be over soon. Over and out.
The radio went silent, And suddenly I realized I had been holding my breath. My hands were shaking and my mouth was dry. I no longer had any love for the wilderness. I see now that it never loved me. I was nothing more than a fly in the web, a sheep led to slaughter. I was no conqueror, no explorer. Great adventurers would have laughed at the sad, scared child I had become. I had given my heart to a cruel mistress, and now I was to pay the price. I went to the stove, opened the drawer to its right, and in the back, under a collection of oven mitts, was a crinkled letter. I took a deep breath and began to read. It said the following.
To the poor soul who has seen the hide behind. What hunts you is an unnatural force, a creature with no mercy or compassion. It enjoys the hunt, and you messed it up, so you must pay. I have no solutions for you. Humanity hasn't found a way to kill this thing, and it will not rest until it ties up any loose ends, mainly you. I can only offer you some advice. Hopefully, it will help. You need to stay around lots of people. The hide behind is no longer hiding from you, but it still must hide from others, so your best hope is to remain around crowds. We have found only 2 defenses against the hide behind: alcohol and locked doors. Alcohol won't help you anymore. It only helps if it's stalking. It's not stalking anymore. But locked doors still work. Always lock your doors. It's your only defense now. Kill yourself. Save yourself from the pain that's coming. May God help you.
Man, those are some options right there.
That's crazy. That is insane.
I stared at the paper, rereading it over and over. I couldn't believe this. This can't be real. This has to be a dream. But it wasn't. The throbbing pain in my thigh reminded me of that. I wish I had never come here. In fact, I wish I had died with Hank. At least he died smiling and talking to his friend. I'm gonna die at the hands of a monster, filled with fear. Hank had it good. I turned the paper over in my hands, and on the back, on the bottom of the page, was a short list of names. Thomas, Chris, Karen, Miguel. I found a pen in the end table by the couch. I added my name to the list, carefully refolded. Okay, I'm from Kentucky.
Is that Tater?
That yeah. Pieces of that just came out. Let's start that over. Thomas, Chris, Karen, Miguel. I found a pen in the end table by the couch. I then added my name to the list, carefully refolded the note, and returned it to its hiding place. I returned to my bedroom and began to repack my small suitcase with the small amount of clothing and personal items I had left. Extra long pause. Whoops. Being sure to put my wallet and truck keys in my pocket, I pulled my dead iPhone and the charger from the home in the nightstand and put them on top of my clothes before zipping up the suitcase. I then enjoyed a hot shower, the only bit of relaxation I'd had in days. Roughly 10 minutes later, I heard the loud engine of the ATV. Ward was here. I stood by the door, suitcase in hand, waiting to hear Ward's voice. He threw the machine into park, and though the loud noise of the engine remained, I could hear the branches breaking and bushes moving.
Nate, get out of here. We gotta go.
Taking a deep breath, I swung the door open and stepped into the morning light. The porch was damp and stained with blood, but Sarah's body had been placed high in a tree, in a similar way to Reg's. Ward sat on the ATV 10 feet from the porch. As I stepped off the last step of the porch, the loud, angry scream echoed throughout the forest.
Get on now!
Screamed Ward. I closed the distance and hopped on the back. The vehicle sprang to life as Ward hit the accelerator quickly. He quickly performed a U-turn, and as he did, the large body of a dead elk was thrown in our direction. It barely missed us and slammed violently against the stairs of the porch. The screaming continued, but as we pushed down the trail, the sound faded. The ATV covered the distance to headquarters in little more than 20 minutes, something that had taken me a whole morning less than a week ago. Yet I knew the 7 miles wasn't going to be far enough. As we pulled into the makeshift parking lot, Ward looked over his shoulder at me and said,
Go inside quickly.
I ran into the small building and he followed. Slamming and locking the door, he turned to me. Looking into my eyes, he said,
I'm truly sorry, Nate. I assigned you to Reg, hoping he would show you firsthand how to avoid the beast.
He paused, running a hand through his dark hair.
I should have done this myself. This is my fault and I'm sorry.
I looked at him and saw a brave man, a quiet guardian who clearly was burdened by lives he felt responsible for.
It's not your fault, sir.
I said,
It would have killed Reg whether or not I knew. And it killed Sarah because I wouldn't open the door. None of this is your fault.
He stared at the floor for a moment, then looked back at me.
This is my post, Nate. Everything that happens here is my fault. But thank you for your words.
I nodded.
Sure thing.
He moved to his office and sat at the desk. I followed.
You have to go, Nate.
He said,
You need to spend the rest of your life surrounded by as many people as you can.
Well, where do I go, sir?
I weakly said. He shook his head.
I don't know. Somewhere foreign with lots of people. Stick to the big cities.
I nodded slowly.
If I have to, I will.
Good.
He approved, and he opened a drawer from the desk, pulling out a checkbook.
Now, the National Park Service has an off-the-books fund to help rangers and their next of kin when something like this happens. I'm writing you a check for $5,000, and I'll send another $5,000 to your next of kin of choosing.
Send it to my mom.
I said.
She's my emergency contact on file.
He nodded.
We'll do that. Here, take yours. And you'd better get a move on.
He reached out to shake my hand.
Stay alive, son.
I'll try,
I said, as our hands shook for the last time. I then took the check and suitcase and ran to the truck and turned the key. The open road was comforting to me. The hide behind was fast on foot, but it couldn't match highway speeds. With each passing moment, I felt lighter, as if I had awakened from a nightmare, and every moment reaffirmed reality and disproved the dream. I could breathe again. The road had given me new life, hope. Maybe I would live. Perhaps I wouldn't be like the others. How could the creature follow me now?
I escaped.
I muttered aloud as a quiet chuckle left my lips. I soon realized just how exhausted I was. It had been days since I had had a full night's sleep, and the constant adrenaline of the last few days had shot my system. My mind turned toward finding a decent bed, so as I pulled into a small town near the Idaho border, I located the parking lot of Best Western Hotel and headed to the front desk. Entering my room on the 3rd floor, I threw the deadbolt and crashed hard on the soft bed. Morning came, and with it a false sense of security. The night had been completely ordinary. No screaming and pounding at the door, no evidence that I had been followed. I took a deep breath and smiled. I had gotten away. I was going to live. I certainly didn't doubt that the hide behind was real, but I doubted that it was still hunting me. Just like an escaped convict doesn't doubt the police are real. He just doubts that they will find him. I had gotten away. I was in the wind, and the creature wasn't coming. All these thoughts boosted my ego as I headed down to enjoy my complimentary hotel breakfast. The breakfast was amazing. I devoured plate after plate of powdered eggs, microwave sausage patties, and cheap cinnamon rolls. I ate so much that the hotel staff began to eye me with judgment, but I didn't care. 24 hours earlier, I thought I would never eat again, so I ignored their stares and continued eating. Entering my truck, I realized I had no real plan. I wasn't entirely sure where I was going and what I was going to do, but for the time being, I wasn't bothered by this. I was going to drive until a plan formed itself. Finding the highway again, I headed toward Idaho. Just a quick PSA. If you're ever on a long road trip, never, and I mean never, eat the free breakfast at a Best Western hotel. I hadn't even been on the road for an hour when the powdered eggs and cinnamon rolls mixed into a thick cement in my gut and threatened to burst at any moment. The first major truck stop in Idaho was my only refuge.
We've all been there.
Oh, I have been there so many times.
And you think it's worth it because, hey, it's free breakfast. And it's not free. You pay for it in the stay. But, hey, it's free, right? What are you going to do? Go on the road and get some breakfast at fucking Denny's? Hell no. You're eating that free Best Western breakfast. That continental brekkie, man. And that shit will ruin your day.
It will.
Take heed of this PSA.
This is real life. This ain't even creepypasta like that. That's some shit to pay attention to.
That shit hits different.
Like, in a pinch, go to the fucking Waffle House. Don't do this. Although Waffle House gonna fuck you up too. Like, let's be real.
True.
All right. I sped in the parking lot, barely holding on, and the truck had hardly stopped moving by the time I had entered the rest stop. It was quiet and empty. Apparently not a lot of people were on the road here in Idaho on a Tuesday morning. I ran to the men's room and sighed with relief when I saw the restroom was empty. I didn't want anyone to witness what was about to happen. Moments later, the storm had passed, and as I stood at the exit of the stall, the door to the bathroom swung open. I expected the sound of shoes on tile as a new patron entered the room, but instead the sound I heard was that of large, bare feet slapping against the floor, accompanied by the clicking of long claws meeting ceramic tiles. It was here. I held my breath as the massive skeleton-like feet slowly moved along the row of stalls. The hide-behind came to a stop directly outside the stall I was in. Its feet pointed toward me as it stared at the little door between us. Heavy, wet breathing filled the bathroom. All went silent. Then its fist rocked the little door.
Look at me,
Came its inhuman voice. Long claws scraped against the thin steel wall of the box that enclosed me. It rattled and shook the door violently, hoping it would come loose, but the lock held. It went silent. Only its heavy breathing filled the room. Then after a moment, one thin gray arm stretched over the top of the stall and slithered down the side, searching for the lock. Its fingers inched closer to the lock. It was barely out of reach, but its claws knocked against the bolt as it sought to knock it loose. The bolt moved slightly. Then the claws hit it again. It moved. Soon, it would be knocked free. I screamed as I realized the door wouldn't remain locked much longer.
I'm not sure if that scream picked up for you, but
It did not.
Perfect.
but
Can't
let's
wait
go.
for you to see that in the editing.
Just then, the bathroom door swung open once again. And in an instant, the hide-behind had hidden itself behind the last stall in the row. As a heavy-set man in a cowboy... Wait, what the fuck? Why am I fumbling so much? Okay, hold up. I'm going back.
Join us as we go on our journey to learn to not read like third graders.
We're going to try to be at a 4th grade reading level next month. All right. I screamed as you already have the scream, so we just got to superimpose this part. I heard the start of that one, too, when I started the explanation. I was like, damn, that was a good one, actually. All right, serious now. I screamed as I realized the door wouldn't remain locked much longer. Just then, the bathroom door swung open again, and in an instant, the hide-behind had hidden itself behind the last stall in the row, as a heavy-set man in cowboy boots entered the bathroom. I took my opportunity, flung the stall open, and dashed past the man who had saved me on my way to the parking lot. I sped down the highway as my sweaty hands gripped the steering wheel. The hopelessness of my situation had returned. What do I do? Where do I go? I didn't know. All I knew was that I needed to keep driving. I wasn't stopping till Idaho was behind me. Several hours later, after passing over the Rocky Mountains and entering the northern Great Plains of central Montana, I pulled the truck off to the side of the highway. I couldn't stop my hands from shaking. My experience at the truck stop made me realize just how awful my situation was. The hide behind wasn't limited to the wilderness of the Pacific Northwest. The realization terrified me. No matter where I went, it would follow. Just like Ward had said, I was exhausted by the idea, seeking freedom. I found a permanent chain on my life, a constant eye upon my life, a constant threat. Reality brought tears to my eyes and dread filled me. It hardly seemed worth the effort to keep going. I'm adding a word. Fuck it. You don't type right? Like, yeah.
I'll add it in.
In the middle of a barren highway in Montana, I wept. Not for the friends I'd lost, not for Reg or Sarah or for the mess I'd left on Ward. No. Selfishly, I wept for myself. The monster had claimed my life, and out of cruelty, it had left me alive. And so I sat and mourned the life I would never have. 10, maybe 20 minutes passed before I looked out my window at the vast, desolate prairie all around me. It was beautiful, though empty. I saw the birds that called the wasteland their home, the poor creatures. They will never know the abundance of the coast or the mountaintop. All they have ever known is roadkill and leftover McDonald's fries thrown from a car window. Life had dealt these birds a bad hand. Yet as I watched, I saw that these birds didn't despise their situation. Rather, they made the most of it. I'd been dealt a bad hand, and crying about it wasn't going to improve anything. Maybe it was time for me to make the most of this. Maybe it was time for me to take a stand. I pulled out the old United States road map that rested in the side compartment of the driver's door, and after a moment pinpointed my location. As I did, I clicked on the truck's radio and dialed into the local country station. The music soothed my nerves as I studied the map. I needed to get to a city, and I had to go far. The further the better. My eyes scoured the wrinkled paper, and as my eyes moved to the eastern seaboard, it became obvious. New York City. It had people, and it was on the other side of the nation. It was perfect. I would go to New York. As I moved to locate a pin to mark the route to the Big Apple, music on the radio was interrupted by a clear, smooth, male voice that spoke over the airwaves.
Breaking news. Police are searching for any information related to a murder this morning on the Washington-Idaho border. 53-year-old Bill Foster, a local trucker, husband, and father, was found decapitated in the bathroom at the truck stop just east of the border. Local authorities are asking anyone who has any information regarding this case to please call your local sheriff's office.
The news hit me like a load of bricks. It never once crossed my mind that the man who distracted the hide behind would suffer its wrath. Mr. Foster's death flooded me with guilt. If I had never been stopped, then he would still be alive. It was my fault he was killed. I sat there considering whether to call in and tell the cops what had happened. It was certainly the right thing to do, but the truth was not something the police would believe. In this case, perhaps the unknown was more comforting than the truth. After 10 minutes or so, I shamefully concluded that I wasn't going to call in. No one would believe me, and I was the last human to see Foster alive, and in the eyes of the rationalistic law, all the guilt fell on me. With a sigh, I resolved to continue on my way. Looking up and out at the highway ahead, I said aloud,
I'm so sorry, Bill Foster.
to the void.
Real quick idea. Just go to prison. Just go the fuck to prison.
Go to prison. You'll be around people all the time.
25 hours a day, 8 days a week. Go the
yep.
fuck to prison. At this point, being brutally murdered or being sodomized a little bit. Take your pick.
Yo, what if that ends up being the outcome? What if he ends up going to prison?
I'm seeing it. I'm seeing into the future.
I'm seeing it too. I'm seeing it too.
It's the only way.
I mean, at this point, either he goes to a homeless shelter really in New York City, and just fucking lives trying to figure that out, or he goes to prison. Right?
It's the only thing. It's the only thing you can do at that point.
My eye caught movement in the rearview mirror. In the distance, miles behind me, there was movement at the meeting place of the forest and the plains. To me, it looked like a dark, indiscernible shape, no different than the shape and color of the distant trees dotted over the far horizon. The only difference was that this shape was moving. It slowly moved across the prairie. As I watched it, at first it was hard to tell that it was getting closer, but soon it had grown slightly, and it was growing closer. Horrible sentence, but okay. I watched a little bit longer just to be sure. I prayed that it was just a cow or maybe a deer. But soon adrenaline pumped throughout my veins. The shape moved intentionally. It traveled in a straight line toward me. An animal would move randomly, but this was keeping on a direct path. I knew that it had to be the hide behind, and I wasn't waiting around anymore to find out. It was still miles off, but I had turned the key and sped down the empty highway. The drive before me was massive, roughly 32 hours to New York City, and I planned to drive through the night, stopping only for gas and bathroom stops, though I was now committed to not stopping at empty gas stations. And when I did stop, I was only going to give myself 5 minutes. I had to put as much distance between me and the monster as I could. As the sun began to set, I pulled into a station to fill up and grab a supply of energy drinks to get me through the overnight hours. The highways that pass through the Great Plains of Montana and the Dakotas are empty and quiet during the daytime, but at night, you can go hours without seeing another set of headlights. My truck passed through the black emptiness like a lone shooting star across an empty night sky. The first couple of hours were easy and somewhat enjoyable. The straight and empty highway made for quiet and fast travel, and for dinner, I enjoyed a cheap gas station hamburger and a Red Bull. Glancing in my rear view, I was happy to see nothing but the gentle glow of the setting sun. Hours passed quickly, but as midnight rolled around, fatigue began to set in. My tired mind began to second-guess my original plan to drive through the night. It had been hours since I last saw another vehicle, and the only light discernible by my eyes was the eerie glow of my lone headlights. Darkness surrounded the truck. I could have been passing by stunning, massive mountains or incredible rolling hills and would have never known. The world was limited to the 50 feet of light provided by my headlights. The radio was my only friend. As time went on, more and more radio stations signed off for the night, and night became morning. Only one station remained, a classic rock station.
Welcome to the Graveyard Shift Night Owls,
came the buttery voice of the nighttime disc jockey.
This is Ryder Knox, and I'm your guide as we travel back in time to when life was simple and rock was real. Only the real stuff here, folks. Only the hits you grew up with here at KW 101.8. South Dakota's home for classic rock. We're looking at another commercial-free 5 in a row, starting off with some 70s hits. Here's Toto for you folks.
As the song Hold the Line screamed through the truck speakers, my mind drifted, and exhaustion hounded in like a vengeful spirit. The empty, boring highway joined forces with my weary mind and together waged war against my eyelids. First, 2 songs, then 4, then 12. I was a zombie at the wheel. The only thing that kept me upright was the caffeine that filled my bloodstream. Lack of sleep, hours upon the road, and overpowering fear began to mess with my mind. My vision quickly moved in and out of focus, and shadows danced just out of reach of my headlights. I was seeing things. I found myself slapping my face to refocus my vision, and I cranked the volume to try and ward off sleep.
Well, now, wasn't that a delight, ladies and gentlemen?
Ryder Knox had returned.
I'm telling you, they just don't make music like they used to. And before we get into the next round of tunes, I figured let's open up the phone lines because there's a question that I'm just itching to ask. The number is 605-553-1705 if you want to call in with your answer. Are you ready for the question? Here it is.
Knox's voice sobered and deepened as he said,
"Tell me, how did you die?"
I glanced down at the radio in confusion.
What?
I said out loud.
You heard me, folks.
heard the radio.
Old Knox wants to hear, just how did you die? And would you look at that? We already got a few callers on the line. So, caller 1, go ahead, you're on the air. How did you die?
The radio crackled with static. The angry, ghostly voice that followed sent a shiver up my spine.
Hello, Ryder? I'm Hank. I died because my so-called friend wasn't there when he was going. Crashed into a truck. He was fine, but he killed me. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Hank. Just tells you how important it is to have reliable friends, doesn't it? Thanks for the call, Hank. Hope you will find rest one day. Caller 2, thanks for calling. You're on the air. How did you die?
Can I say, I was hoping upon hope that you would have hit up that call right there with, "Hello, Ryder. I'm Hank. And I died
Let's take it back.
my-"
Let's take it back. Let's take it back. Let's take it back.
Hello, Ryder. I'm Hank. I died because my so-called friend wasn't looking where he was going and crashed into a truck. He was fine, but he killed me on the account that the truck was not powered by propane.
Bravo. Yeah. A creaked and strained voice answered.
Hello, my name is Reggie. I died because the new employee at work didn't take the rules seriously. And it didn't cost him anything, but it cost me everything. So sorry about that, Reggie. Young people today can't handle work, can they?
Chuckled Ryder Knox.
Thanks for calling, but let's get to caller 3. So, caller 3, how did you die?
A crying female voice yelled through the radio.
I'm Sarah, and I died because a selfish boy wouldn't help me when I was in danger.
Ryder Knox responded.
I'm so sorry, Sarah. Nathan really is a coward, isn't he?
In an instant, I turned the radio off. Cold sweat drenched me and I needed sleep. I glanced at the rearview mirror and my heart dropped as I was met with the silhouette of a man in the back seat of the truck. I had seen this man before. In fact, I was the last person to see him alive. It was Bill Foster. His glazed over dead eyes met mine in the mirror, and his raspy monotone voice said,
"It's coming for you, boy. No use fighting it."
I whipped my head around, but I saw no one behind me. Swallowing hard, I turned back toward the road, just in time to see the shape of an old woman illuminated in the headlights. There was no time to react, and the truck rammed into her body with a loud, bone-crunching thud. In a panic, I lost control of the truck as the impact caused me to swerve off the road and collide head-on with a sturdy telephone pole. Similarly, my head collided with the steering wheel. And finally, my eyes embraced the darkness I'd fought so long. The dashboard clock read 3:20 a.m. by the time my eyes could finally focus enough to notice. I slowly lifted my head from its steering wheel pillow. My forehead bore an impressive cut and blackish blue swelling from the impact. I slowly opened the driver's side door and stumbled out of the cab. The front of the truck was snugly wrapped around the telephone pole. A conglomerate of shattered glass and reshaped red aluminum. One flickering headlight illuminated the violent scene as it struggled for its life. Staring at the crash, memories returned to my mind like a flood. I'd hit something. No, not something. Someone. Panic filled my mind. I'd hit an old woman. My eyes scanned the wreck, looking for the body. The front of the truck was covered in fresh blood, but there was no body. I looked back toward the road. She must still be on the highway. As I climbed my way out of the ditch, my mind was filled with regret and fear. I'd killed a woman, and I'd have to own that. I'm ashamed to admit that my first thought was to destroy the evidence. What was the woman doing out this far anyway? It's her own fault for walking the open highway this late at night. No one saw it happen, so I could hide the body and move on. Maybe I could put the body in the truck and claim she had been the one driver, and I was the innocent passenger. I want to say that it was a good moral compass that won out in the end, but really, it was fear. Fear prompted by the next thought that entered my head. A thought not motivated by doing the right thing, but by self-preservation. The thought that said, maybe jail wouldn't be so bad. After all, what better protection against the hide behind is there than locked doors and constant company? Perhaps jail was to be my saving grace. Thought brought a smile to my face and a whisper escaped my lips.
I could live a good life in jail. Crystal ball moment, baby.
I'm telling you, we synced it. We synced it. I would never have to worry about the hide behind again. The thought warmed my heart, and I decided I wouldn't hide. I would turn myself in and gladly bear my punishment. But as I approached the corpse, I was met with both relief and disappointment. It was a deer. I had hit a deer, not a woman. I stared at the mangled mess, both hoping it was real and hoping it was a trick of my eyes. But this was real. It was a deer. No matter how much I wished this was my ticket to the big house, no sheriff was going to lock me up for hitting a deer. Anger boiled up in me. The deer had taken everything and given nothing in return. The truck had been reduced to nothing more than a useless hunk of metal, all by a dumb deer. I kicked and screamed at the pile of rotting flesh, while in my mind, the deer smiled and laughed at every blow. My rage hurled the animal's remains across the highway, decimating the final resting place for this innocent animal. The carcass was scattered into nothing more than coarse chunks of flesh and running streams of blood by the time my anger cooled. As I stood in the middle of the empty highway, I looked in the direction I had come, then to the direction I was going. One was the path of death I was fleeing. The other was a narrowing avenue of escape. A sense of urgency overcame me. I had lost too much time. I had sat unconscious in the truck for nearly 2 hours, and who knows how much time I had wasted with that animal. I'd had the advantage of distance, but I'd wasted it. I'd stranded myself in a wide open space without any lockable doors or people. My relentless hunter would be upon me soon. Adrenaline powered me as I rushed back to the truck, grabbed my pack, and with no other option at 4 a.m., I set out on foot down the desolate highway. According to my map, the next town was 20 miles away, and I just hoped they had a bus stop. The brisk morning wind howled across the empty South Dakota flatland, sending small tumbleweeds along my asphalt trail. The moon hung low overhead in the clear, starless morning sky. I'd hoped to be picked up along the route by some kind of driver, but in the 30 minutes since leaving the wreck behind, only 2 vehicles happened upon me. Both were long-haul semis, far too focused on making their deadline to notice the disheveled man walking on the side of the road. So my forced march continued. Before too long, an overwhelming sense of dread overtook me, the same dread I had encountered days ago. The same dread that had hounded me for hundreds of miles. I was being watched. The hair on the back of my neck stood up as I felt vile eyes upon me. I slowly turned my head to glance over my left shoulder. Behind me in the distance stood a tall, thin silhouette. Its existence was obvious against the backdrop of a moonlit highway. The haunting shape resembled a reanimated corpse of a giant. At its side hung limply to its long, imposingly thin arms, planted in the middle of its head, rested 2 illuminated eyes that stared right at me. The shadow was approaching. It wasn't hurried, for it knew I had nowhere to go. It stood no more than 50 yards from me and grew ever closer. I turned my head away and broke into a sprint. A last-ditch effort to create distance between my hunter and me. Though it was meaningless, I couldn't maintain a run. My exhausted body finally hit a wall it couldn't get through, and my weary legs locked and crumpled beneath me and as my face came to rest on the cool, rough asphalt, I realized that my death was unavoidable. Like a trapped animal, I realized my fate had arrived. I closed my eyes and my face lay against the cold road and waited for death. I simply couldn't go any further. As I waited for the familiar sounds of clicking claws and heavy breathing, my ears were greeted with a new sound that caused me to open my eyes and glance in its direction. It was the sound of a train whistle. The tracks that ran parallel to the right side of the highway had been vacant all night, but now they rumbled and screamed to life as a freight train steadily approached from the far horizon. In an instant, a plan of escape hatched in my mind, but in the same instant, I felt hot, humid breath on the back of my neck. I pressed my face into the street and strained my peripheral vision to try to piece together the creature's positioning behind me. I lay flat on my stomach, and from what I could tell, the hide-behind stood behind with one leg on either side of my knees, and its right hand rested on the pavement next to my head. The clicking of its claws against the pavement filled my ears. My only escape was across the train tracks. If I timed it right, I could cross the tracks just as the train blocked the hide-behind from reaching me. I'd have to time it just right, and I'd have to somehow create some distance between the beast and me. And so I waited in agony for what felt like hours, but couldn't have been more than 10 seconds. But then, when the warm light of the train lit up the road, the hide-behind flinched and loosened up. I'm sure in preparation to hide if any human eyes looked its way. As it did, I took my chance. With all my strength, I lifted my right arm and swung it into the creature's elbow joint. As I hoped, the surprise impact caused the spindly joint to buckle, and then I slipped through the straps of my pack and set off running as the monster stumbled, but filled with rage, it rebounded and gave chase. I had only a few yards till I would find a bit of freedom on the other side of the train, but the hide-behind was hot on my trail. I ran parallel to the tracks, just a few feet ahead of the train, which was quickly gaining ground. Taking a deep breath, I pushed a little more and dashed across the tracks. On the other side, I was met with a loud, dull thump and a gut-wrenching scream. I had made it, but the hide-behind did not. The train had done its job better than I had thought. The beast had been carried down the line, then pulled under the powerful locomotive, where its steel wheels and unrelenting force crushed it, dragging the body along. For the first time in days, a true sense of calm overcame me. I doubted that this would be the last of the hide-behind, and I was sure it wouldn't stop hunting, but I was also sure that it wasn't going to walk away from this. I felt certain that even a creature such as this would need to heal from an injury of this kind. Smiling, I watched as the train passed. When the final car had vanished, I crossed back over and collected my pack, set out once again down the highway. For a while, the road and the tracks walked together hand in hand, but eventually the two separated. The tracks continued straight, and the road veered to the left. I was thankful for this diversion, for I feared coming across an injured, angry hide-behind. Roughly 4 miles from Winter, South Dakota, a kindly old rancher heading to town for his morning coffee and small talk at the local McDonald's offered me a ride.
Where you headed, son?
His raspy voice said with a smile.
The nearest bus station, if you're willing.
I tried my best to hide the desperation in my voice.
Well, you're in luck.
He responded.
That's about 10 miles down the way. Hop in.
Throwing my pack into the bed of his truck, I opened the passenger door and took a seat. 10 miles passed in the blink of an eye as the old man talked my ear off about everything from grandkids to the price of cattle, which he said was outrageous. And as we pulled into the parking lot of the bus station, he looked deep into my eyes and said,
Son, you're clearly running from something. And I know better than to ask, so Let me just say, some problems don't get better when we run from them. Sometimes we just need to stand our ground and face them head on.
I wish that was my kind of problem, sir. I really do.
I responded. He nodded and said,
Well, I won't keep you then. Go on.
With that, I hopped out of the truck and grabbed my pack. I thanked the man and tried to offer him some cash in return, which he firmly denied. Turning, I then walked off into the bus station, buying a one-way ticket to New York City. I slumped down into a bench as I waited for the bus to board. I forced myself to remain awake. I told myself once the bus was moving, I could sleep as much as I wanted, but not a moment sooner. 45 minutes later, the bus arrived at the landing platform and boarding commenced. As the station became smaller in the rearview mirror, I felt a great burden had been relieved from my shoulders, and sleep found me. Most people would describe a cross-country road trip in a Greyhound bus as confining and miserable, as there is little personal space and the travel is far slower than that of a plane. Yet I found this journey to be a pleasant and comforting experience. I no longer had to worry about the hide behind creeping up on me since fellow travelers surrounded me. I could sleep without fear. I could allow my mind to focus on new thoughts about the future, about the new life that lay before me. As I gazed out the window at the passing countryside, my mind composed a plan. Up until this moment, I had been simply reacting to the hand that life had dealt me. Everything that had followed Hank's death had been gut reactions, hastily planned and carried out, but no more. A regularly scheduled freight train had shuffled the deck and granted me an ace in the hole. And now that I was ahead, I had to ensure that it stayed that way. Getting to New York wasn't going to be enough. I had to build a life that hid me behind locked doors and submerged me in the crowds of humanity, a life that maybe one day I would grow to love. I chuckled at the irony. I had sought to leave society to find freedom in nature, but now I was fleeing nature to find freedom in the heart of society and its smelly, overpopulated streets. I had two primary needs once I reached the city. First, I needed a place to call home, and what I had left from the government apology money would cover the first few months of rent, especially in a low-end, overcrowded apartment building that would offer me the most protection. My man's going to the hood. He's going to the projects.
Section 8, here I come.
The only luxury that I sought was a locking door. And second, I needed to attain a job, and one that would force me to be surrounded by people for the entire shift. These two needs would be the pillars of my new life. There, in the crummy window seat of a Greyhound bus, I resolved that I would never again be found alone. People were my lifeline. I would make every moment of my life revolve around the crowds of the Big Apple. The journey from Winter to New York City is roughly 26 hours by bus, and in that time I saw many people come and go. The bus emptied and filled many times over, yet I remained. I would fall asleep for an hour or two and be greeted by several fresh faces. I turned it into a game, and I took bets with myself about which person would be on the bus the longest. Occasionally, a passenger would plop themselves down next to me, and I would have to partake in polite small talk.
Hi, where are you heading?
New York.
Oh, wow, you've got a way to go.
Yep, how about you?
I had this conversation far more than I'd care to remember. It would always end with a quick,
Well, it was nice to meet ya.
no names, only a fake smile and a slight raised shoulder that said,
Let's not continue this conversation.
people fleeing from their own monsters, people open to start fresh, people with their own stories, fears, and goals. On the bus, we're all background characters in someone else's story. Just faces that will confront us in our dreams. Boredom is the greatest monster on the bus. With no books and my phone long dead, there was nothing left to do but stare out the window at the passing fields, forests, and towns. The evening came, and I was blessed with a pristine view of a Midwestern sunset. The sky glowed with crisp shades of orange and pink. The top of final light that fills your chest with glowing embers to warm you throughout the night hours. Who knew that you could have just as grand a view from a bus window as you could from a mountaintop? That sunset is forever locked in my mind, and it calmed my mind as I quickly fell asleep. The infant light of the morning woke me from my slumber. Rubbing the drowsiness from my eyes, I checked my watch and saw that it was a little after 7 a.m. By my math, that meant the bus was roughly 3 hours from New York City. I yawned and stretched my legs as best as I could in the cramped aisle, and as I did, I realized that I was not alone in the row of seats. A small, fragile old woman sat 2 chairs away from me. She looked to be well into her 80s, her wrinkled face accompanied by small, black, beady eyes and a toothless, gummy smile. She had clearly been staring at me far longer than I had been aware of her. My heart skipped a beat when I noticed her, and I said,
"Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you there."
With a quiet cackle, she replied,
It's quite all right, Johnny. You were asleep when I arrived.
A gum-filled smile split her face in half. I returned it with a smile of my own.
Where are you headed?
My grandson lives in New Jersey, and I'm going to see him for the week.
That sounds very nice.
I said, hoping the conversation would die soon.
Oh, yes, it's going to be just grand, and you know what? It's the funniest thing, but you look just like him.
She chattered.
Oh, really? Is that right?
I laughed awkwardly.
You could be his twin.
She giggled. I nodded kindly as we both fell silent. I turned my head to look out the window, hoping she would leave it at that, but I could feel her stare on the back of my head. Beyond uncomfortable, I decided to meet her gaze, hoping she would yield and look away. I turned my head and my heart jumped into my throat. She had silently moved into the seat right next to mine, and her wrinkled, gray face was adorned with a wide, toothless grin and coal-black eyes. Our faces were inches apart. She smelled of pine and copper. Sweetly, she said,
Would you care for a beer, dear?
As she said this, she opened her bag, revealing a 6-pack of canned beer.
Bro, the fucking hairs are standing up on my fucking arm after that.
It's getting there. It's getting there. That's wild. Like that's the I knew the beer.
My skin is crawling after that, dude.
Yeah, I feel you. As she said this, she opened her bag, revealing a 6-pack of canned beer. I swallowed hard.
No, ma'am. I'm good.
A smirk crossed her face.
It wouldn't do you any good, would it, Nate?
I didn't respond, but stared into her black eyes, which now carried a strange light that danced in her midnight pupils. We stared at each other in silence for several seconds. Then the old woman's head slowly moved toward the side of my head until her lips rested against my left ear, and then she whispered in my ear,
I know what's chasing you.
I ripped my head away from hers, and as I did, she burst out into a deep guttural laugh. In between laughs, she said,
You can't get away. You know what? Right? Such a foolish boy.
Then the entire bus erupted in laughter, joining her in mocking me. I looked around the bus and saw that every face was looking at me as they joined in the choir of laughter. My gaze returned to the old woman just in time to see her lunge at my face. Her thumbs led the assault and jammed themselves into both of my eye sockets. I screamed as her sharp nails popped my eyes as if they were water balloons. The phantom pain shocked my system and I woke up in a cold sweat. Reality took a moment to set in. I looked around and realized I was still on the bus. There was no old lady next to me and no blood coming from my eyes, though it had just been a dream and had shaken me, and it took a few moments to settle down. About 10 minutes later, a voice came over the intercom.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be arriving in New York City in 20 minutes.
The culture shock of New York City was otherworldly to me. The lights and noise flooded my senses with a massive stimuli. I was astounded and, quite frankly, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of people. Like ants, they hurried here and there, too busy to realize that they were alive. The modern world frightened me. For much of my life, I sought to avoid it, which was largely successful. My only experience with the hustle and bustle of modernity was my college days, and they were quite tame in comparison to the city in which I found myself now. Looking around, I sighed, knowing my time of isolation in nature was now permanently behind me. I resolved to make the most of this new lease on life, no matter how second-rate I felt it to be. Leaving the bus station behind, I joined the herd of people moving down the streets. Mindlessly, I wandered for a time, being carried on the current of the crowd, until reality hit. I would be out on the street if I didn't find a place to spend the night. The streets after dark would offer little protection from the hide behind. Yet somehow I knew that was the worst of my worries in this city. So after a quick Google search of the cheapest hotel in the area, I broke off from the school of people I had swam with
And
charted my own course in search of a cheap room. The Sunrise Inn was a dump, nothing more than 4 walls and a roof. Its primary guests were bed bugs and roaches, yet it was cheap and had a locking door. As I walked into the shabby lobby, the young man sitting behind the front desk locked eyes with me. He was no more than 23 years old, with greasy black hair and a button-down shirt 2 sizes too big. In his hands, he held a tattered copy of The Shining, and in his left shirt pocket hung a crooked name tag that read Chris.
You lost us something?
He lazily said as I strolled over to the counter. I shook my head and said,
no, I'm here for a room.
He smirked and quickly rolled his eyes.
Of course you are.
He stood up and sluggishly moved 3 feet to stand in front of the desktop, where he stumbled through the check-in process as if he had forgotten how to do it.
And how long will you be staying?
Chris asked.
3 nights.
I replied. His eyes widened at that.
I've never booked someone for that long. Most people are just here for the night.
He remarked.
Yeah, well, I need a room for a few days.
He snorted and said,
Yeah, none of my business, man.
Finishing up the check-in, he said,
We don't allow pets.
as he finally handed me the room key.
Thanks.
I said, as I accepted the key.
What's the Wi-Fi password?
He looked at me as he took a hit on his vape.
We don't have guest Wi-Fi.
He must have noticed my scowl because he followed up by saying,
Look, man, you get what you pay for. I don't make the rules.
Annoyed, I replied.
Whatever. Thanks, I guess.
I walked down the hall on the first floor toward the elevator. As I did, I heard Chris shout out behind me.
Hey, man, be sure to give us a good rating.
Opening the door to room 203, I was greeted with the strong, musky smell of mold mixed with cigarette smoke. The room was small. It held one queen-size bed, which smelled of sweat and mothballs. The bed faced a small TV mounted on the wall. A thrift store armchair faced the bed, and a small bathroom with a shower and sink sat in the corner near the door. I threw my bag upon the bed, threw the deadbolt on the door, and headed to the shower. The crummy room on the second floor of the Sunrise Inn was not a permanent stop. It would serve as a place to sleep and return to as I searched for an apartment to rent. This directive was the first thought in my mind as I awoke the following day. I must find a home. Leaving my room, I took the elevator to the ground floor, and walking past the desk, I saw a large, middle-aged woman that had replaced Chris. A name tag on her shirt read Marge, and she glanced at me as I headed to the door.
Morning.
She muttered in a raspy smoker's voice as I walked out onto the street. I spent the majority of the morning in a Starbucks just a few blocks down from the hotel. I ordered a small black coffee and chuckled to myself when I saw that the barista somehow managed to misspell my name when she wrote it on the cup. Sitting in a small private booth near one of the large pane glass windows that overlooked the busy street, I opened my phone, connected the cafe's free Wi-Fi, and started my search for a permanent home. Over the next several hours, countless listings appeared on the small screen of my iPhone. An overwhelming stream of bedrooms and bathrooms that all remained locked behind monthly costs that boggled my mind. I quickly gave up on the dream of modest square footage and hesitantly limited my search to broom closets and rooms of similar sizes. Growing impatient and rather frustrated, I knew I had to find a place soon. I wanted to leave the Sunrise Inn behind as soon as possible. As my search reached the 3-hour mark, a small single-occupant apartment caught my eye. 750 square feet, it contained a single room with a small bathroom attached. A small kitchenette in one corner of the room, a small living room with a pull-out couch that doubled as the bed, and one tiny coat closet. Other than the couch, a worn desk, and a matching chair, the room was empty. It wasn't great, but it was affordable and better than the motel. And with no other options, I dialed the number of the building manager. As it rang, I stepped out of the coffee shop onto the street outside. On the third ring, a gruff voice said,
"This is Patrick."
Hi, Patrick.
I replied.
I'm calling about an available apartment in the building you manage, room 362.
A long silence followed. For a moment, I thought the call had been dropped. But then came the voice in response.
"Why did you bring it here?"
Confused, I said,
"Bring what? I've never been there."
A coarse, broken laughter oozed over the phone, and then, as quick as it started, it stopped. It was replaced by heavy, damp breathing. As the breathing continued, there came a low, quiet voice, far deeper and more malicious than the voice of Patrick.
"You can't hide. It will take you, and after it's done with you, it will consume this city."
In that moment, I realized the breathing wasn't coming from the phone. The phone was at my right ear, but the breathing filled my left ear. It was coming from behind me, from the alley that opened up behind my back. My body tensed at the realization, and as I did, a heavy, bony hand grasped my shoulder. The breathing moved closer to my head, and soon it was right next to my left ear. Directly into my ear came a low whisper.
"Look at me."
Panic flooded my mind, and adrenaline surged through my veins. I pulled away from the hand on my left shoulder and ran down the sidewalk like a madman. Stepping into the road, the loud honk of the taxi I ran out in front of broke me from my mindless terror. I stopped there in the middle of the street looking around. My mind calmed as I realized I wasn't being chased. In fact, there was no sign of the monster that just seconds ago caused my outburst. The taxi continued its honking, and the driver yelled and shook his fist at me. Embarrassed, as I remembered that I was standing in the middle of the road, I quickly returned to the sidewalk and realized that my phone was still talking to me.
"Hello?
It screamed.
What the heck is going on?"
I quickly raised it to my ear and said,
Hello, Patrick? I'm sorry.
"Kid, what's going on? You got quiet on me, and then all I hear is screaming and horns. Is this a joke? Are you wasting my time?"
No, I'm sorry. I don't know what happened.
I paused, trying to think of an excuse.
I wasn't paying attention and walked into the street, and a taxi driver got upset.
Huh. Welcome to New York, kid. So what's the deal? Are you gonna take the room or not? I'm a busy guy.
Is there any way I could come look at it before I make a decision?
I sheepishly said. He sighed.
Yeah, I guess. I have some time tomorrow morning. Just don't be wasting my time.
I swear, I'm not. I'll be there tomorrow morning.
Hanging up the phone and quickly looking around, I joined a crowd of people heading in the direction of the Sunrise Inn. After stopping to grab some fast food, I walked into the familiar lobby and quickly climbed the stairs to the second floor, where I found some safety behind the locked door of my room. I didn't dare leave the room. The afternoon's events really shook me. I knew the hide behind would return eventually, but I hadn't expected it so soon. Its presence in the city really backed me into a corner. No matter how run down or overpriced Patrick's apartment was, I knew it was my only option, and I no longer had the time to find another. Turning on the TV, I flung my body onto the bed and reopened the greasy fast food bag. I gave my evening to the Discovery Channel's Gold Rush and an overpriced cheeseburger. Somewhere around 9 p.m., I slowly surrendered myself to sleep. I awoke several hours later to a dark room brought to life by the low blue flicker of the TV, which was now playing a rerun of Naked and Afraid. My eyes glanced at the clock on the nightstand, which read 3:03 a.m. Confused about why I had woken up, I suddenly became aware of a low, almost inaudible sound. It wasn't coming from the TV, but from the short hallway leading to the door. A low tapping. Tap, tap, tap. It was quiet, but thymic and intentional. Tap, tap, tap. I swallowed hard as I slowly rose from the bed and stood in place, waiting to hear it again just to be sure. Tap, tap, tap. There it was again. I slowly crept to the door and stood directly in front of it. The light entering the room from under the door was broken by a large shadow. Tap, tap, tap. It was louder now as I stood mere feet from the door, and it continued as I inched closer. Soon, I was just a few inches from the wooden door, reaching out my hand. I quietly placed it on its textured surface. The tapping sent vibrations through the wood and into my hand, which I instinctively pulled back. The vibrations unnerved me far more than the sound alone. I backed up as fast as I could, but in my haste, my right heel connected with one of the shoes I had placed in the hallway when I had removed them earlier that evening. My heel sent my shoe across the floor and it slammed against the wall with a loud thump. I froze, and so did the shadow behind the door. The tapping stopped as I held my breath. For a moment, nothing happened. And then the silence was shattered by loud, powerful thumps. They came fast and vicious. The thumps assaulted my hotel door, which stood under the barrage of angry thuds. What was once a quiet tapping was now thuds that filled the small room with loud, angry noises. It was unbearable, and my hands raced to cover my ears as I sank to the floor. On and on it went. Louder and louder the thuds became. In agony, I lay crumpled on the floor, hands gripping my ears, but then it stopped. The room fell silent. Slowly, I lowered my hands from my ears. I pulled myself from the floor and into a sitting position on the cold, hard floor. I sat there trying to slow my breathing and worked my way to my feet. But then came a new sound, a wet, gasping sound that filled the room. It froze my blood when I realized that the sound came from within the room, not the door. Slowly, I turned my head to the main section of the room, and there, sitting on the edge of the bed, illuminated by the flickering TV, was the shape of a man. His back faced me. I couldn't see his face, but I could tell that he wore a dirty, bloody park ranger's uniform. Where his neck met his skull, there was a gaping, visible hole that moved and shifted as well, as wet, gasping breaths escaped from it. His bones creaked and clicked as he stood from the bed. He turned to face me, and I was met with the deformed face of Reg. Bloody puddles replaced his eyes. Where his mouth should have been was the fleshy hole through his lower skull and spine. His lower jaw hung loosely below by strings of flesh. He stood staring at me. From the hole in his face came the inhuman, broken words.
"Let you kill me."
I screamed as the corpse lurched forward toward me and scrambled back toward the door. Reg leapt up at me, and I found myself falling toward the door as I slipped on the shoe I'd sent across the floor earlier. My face met the floor hard, causing a large cut to form on my forehead and a sharp sense of pain throughout my skull. I yelled in surprise as I felt the warm blood roll down my head. I rolled myself over, expecting to see the horrible face of Reg inches from me, but all I saw was the warm glow of the TV in an empty hotel room. For the rest of the night, sleep eluded me, and fear consumed me. My senses were on high alert. Every creak and distant noise put me on guard. At this point, I couldn't tell if what I had just experienced was reality, a nightmare, or some form of hallucination. In fact, thinking back to the encounter I had on the street that morning, I began to question if it was real either. The only encounters I could be sure of were the ones that resulted in death or injury. Everything else must either be a dream or in my mind. This thought sent me a warm wave of courage. It meant the hand on my shoulder this morning wasn't real. That the banging on the door of the reanimated corpse of Reg was just in my mind. None of it was real, I told myself. And when I get settled into the city, perhaps I would see a doctor and get help for my unsettled mind. The hide behind is real. I knew that. But the last encounter with it that I knew was real happened on the border of Idaho, thousands of miles away. Then came a thought that would alter my perspective moving forward. What if the hide behind never left the Northwest region? What if it were limited to its ancient home in the Cascade Mountains? Maybe the dreams and hallucinations were just residual effects from interacting with an eldritch being like the hide behind. Everything since Idaho had happened when I was alone or asleep, and none of it had any impact on the surrounding world. How was the train not damaged or slowed at all when it hit a giant monster? How did an entire street of people not notice the creature grabbing my shoulder? It was all in my head. It must be. The hide behind never left the mountainous domain. And I was just seeing things. This thought sent a spark of life into my body. For the first time in a while, I felt like I could truly breathe and relax. Around 5:30 a.m., I stood up, took a shower, and got ready for the day. The first day of my new life. At around 7:30, I prepared to head out for the day. I opened the door, praying that I was right and wasn't opening it to the beast. Thankfully, the hall was as empty as could be, which only reinforced my theory within my mind. The free breakfast was abysmal. Expired Days cereal and rock-hard biscuits with fatty gravy. After eating, I shuffled over to the front desk where Chris lazily greeted me.
"Hey, man,"
he said, loudly chewing some bubble gum.
"can I help you?"
Yeah, I'd like to check out.
He nodded quickly.
"Can do. How was your stay?"
It was adequate.
I blankly said. His eyes widened as he said,
"Really?
That's probably the best response I've gotten here.
I stared at him, looking for any signs of sarcasm, which I didn't find. Having closed my account at the Sunrise Inn, I then headed out into the morning busyness of New York. The Bryson building was across the city in the heart of Brooklyn, requiring me to take the subway. The New York subway was a shock to my senses. They smelled heavily of body odor and urine, and I had seen cleaner dumpsters. The small subway cars were packed tighter than a can of sardines, and I wormed my way in and found a spot to stand in the back. According to the map of the stops, I could expect to be on the board for about an hour. I've never felt more claustrophobic in life than I did that first ride on the subway. It took every ounce of my being to resist the urge to scream and push my way out of the sea of people. I began to sweat, and it felt like I was to be forever trapped here, boiled alive by the heat of 100 human bodies. With every twist and turn of the subway, a stranger would bump into me, destroying every illusion of peace my mind tried to conjure up. I dreaded the idea of having to travel this way every day, but as time went on, the passengers gradually dispersed. By the time the subway reached my stop, only a few dozen riders remained. Stepping out into the open, I breathed in the hot, muggy air of Brooklyn. Far better than the recycled air that filled my lungs for the last few hours. With all of my earthly possessions securely in my backpack, I began the 5-block journey from the subway stop to the Bryson building. From the outside, the Bryson building was nothing special. It was a 10-floor apartment building built in the cold, unattractive style of the late 80s. Nothing had been updated in over a decade. And that's not to say that it was uncared for or ran down. It was simply old. Walking into the main entrance was like walking into the past. Directly inside, an elevator lobby similar to that of an office building stood. The lobby was decorated with too many fake trees and plants, and a smooth granite floor that continued up the walls as well. Next to the twin elevators was a large bulletin board covered with names and corresponding room numbers. I looked around the bare room, and to the right I saw a short hallway that led down to a lone door, which bore a little plaque that read Management. Walking over to the door, I knocked on it gently. A tall, thin man opened the door. He looked to be in his early 60s, with a head full of gray hair and a face wrinkled from years of frowning.
Yeah? You need something?
He said in a low, gruff voice.
Yeah, I'm looking for Patrick.
I meekly answered.
You're looking at him,
came his response.
Oh, hi. I'm here to look at room 362. We spoke about it on the phone yesterday.
Oh, yeah. You're the kid who couldn't stop screaming, right?
He said with a smirk. I could feel my cheeks getting hot.
Yeah, that was me. Sorry about that.
I said with a weak chuckle.
Whatever. Let's go and look at the room quick.
And with that, he led me to the elevators. And after the most awkward elevator ride I've ever had, we reached the 3rd floor. Room 362 was nearly identical to the pictures from the online ad, except for a fresh coat of paint that made the space seem bigger. As the ad promised, the room included a pull-out couch, the small desk and chair, as well as a hot plate in the kitchen and a small fridge and freezer. I liked it. As small as it wasn't well cared for and had a homely feel to it. Turning to Patrick, I asked,
Does it come with Wi-Fi?
He smiled and said,
For an extra $20 a month, it does.
Nodding, I replied,
How much up front?
The first 2 months, and we'll go from there.
He said, reaching his hand out to shake mine. I offered my hand in return as we headed downstairs to start the paperwork. By noon, the room was mine. Keys in hand, I walked into my new home and unpacked my pack, putting my few clothes and items into their designated spots. The empty backpack found its home in the small closet. The down payment had taken half of my remaining government money, With the rest, I planned to purchase some home essentials and enough food to last until I secured a steady job. It was Friday, and I planned to get what I needed that afternoon, rest for the weekend, and start looking for a job on Monday. Being sure to lock the door, I left for the nearest grocery store. From pots and pans to a shower curtain, I bought what I thought I needed, and along with 2 months' worth of ramen and a box of Twinkies, I headed back to the Bryson building. Along the way, I stopped at a local electronics store and purchased a cheap laptop, which would double as my TV. That night, I had another nightmare. I dreamt that a tapping at the window woke me. The sound of fingernails against glass. I stood up and walked to the window. Out of the window on the streets below stood 4 figures underneath a streetlight. I could see that it was 3 men and a woman. They stood perfectly still for a few moments. Then suddenly they all raised one of their arms and all pointed right at me. At that moment, I felt as though I wasn't alone in my room, and I turned and came face to face with the hide-behind, who grabbed my head and threw me out the window. As my body hit the pavement, I awoke shaking and sweating. Eventually, my mind calmed down enough to fall back asleep. That first weekend at Bryson was rainy and lazy. I barely left the apartment, and when I did, it was only to explore the building a bit. Mostly I sat on the couch reading Mary Shelley's Frankenstein and searching for a job on my laptop. One job listing in particular caught my eye, a local deli and sandwich shop that seemed to be a mainstay in the community. For a part-time position, Hartman's Deli was offering a decent wage, better than Arby's had paid me. The deli was reasonably close, only one subway stop ahead. Saturday morning, I filled out an online application, and by Monday evening, the deli reached out to set up an in-person interview for the following Wednesday morning. Wednesday came, and I found myself walking back toward the subway, preparing my mind for moments of terror that would follow. Thankfully, the trip was only 10 minutes. Exiting the subway, I hurried along to the deli, which was located on a busy street corner. Hartman was a classic New York deli and a sandwich shop. The interior, though small, was cozy and inviting. The centerpiece of the store was the large deli counter, which stored a large array of meats, cheeses, and breads behind its glass walls. I walked to the counter and informed the employee that I was there for the job interview. The employee retreated to the back room and returned with an elderly woman who had kind eyes. She shook my hand and introduced herself as Miss Maggie, the deli's owner.
Nice to meet you, Nate. Why don't we go sit down?
We found a secluded booth and began the interview. She asked me about my past work experience, and I chose to leave out my brief time as a park ranger, as it would not be relevant to this position. After she gathered my restaurant experience, Miss Maggie asked me how many hours I was willing to work. When I said,
As many as you got.
She smiled and said,
Excellent.
After a few more minutes of small talk, she said,
Nate, you seem like a great candidate, and I'd love to offer you the position if you still want it.
I smiled and said,
Great. When can I start?
Maggie's face beamed as she said,
How does Friday sound?
As I returned to my apartment, my heart filled with a sense of accomplishment and a feeling of belonging. Maybe life in the city isn't that bad. My first shift was rescheduled to start at 2 p.m. on Friday and run until the shop closes at 9 p.m. I made sure to arrive early, and when I approached the counter, I warmly introduced myself to the man behind it. He smiled broadly and introduced himself as Billy, the evening shift manager.
Why don't you come into the back and grab yourself an apron?
He said in a melodic voice.
I think that means he's fruity.
It seems like it. He was a heavy-set man, probably around 30 years old, with dark skin and a well-kept beard. He seemed like someone who enjoyed his job and loved to laugh. I entered the back room, and Billy showed me where the aprons were and how to clock in. Afterward, he led me to the kitchen prep area, where the shop cured deli meats, baked breads, and prepared hot subs when ordered.
You're a part of the prep team, so you'll be here most of the time.
Billy said as he led us into the space.
Miss Maggie has assigned you to us on the evening shift, so we'll be working together most days. Usually we like to have 3 people working back here in prep.
He walked me around the room, pointing out each station and introducing me to the 2 workers already there. Kyle was a tall, middle-aged man with tired eyes. Billy mentioned he and his wife just had a baby. Kyle shook my hand firmly and said,
"Good to meet you, Nate. Welcome to the family."
Billy called over the other employee, a woman my age named Amy.
"Nate, this is Amy, one of our hardest workers,"
he said with a smile.
Hi, Nate. Nice to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you.
Her face lit up with a genuine smile. Amy was college-aged, around 5'8", with bright red hair and gentle blue eyes. She seemed happy and content with her life.
"Nice to meet you, Amy,"
I said, smiling back.
"Well, Nate,
Billy's words brought me back to the moment.
I'm going to leave you here and return to the front, but Amy will train you today and for your first week."
I nodded as he left and turned to Amy. I looked at her and jokingly said,
"All right, boss. Now what?"
She smiled and giggled a bit.
Well, Nate, first you need to wash your hands.
The shift was great. Amy and I worked together the whole night, and our conversation shifted from work to personal life. Amy talked about her family and school. She grew up in upstate New York and moved to the city to attend fashion school. She had big dreams, but was content with where life had taken her for now. I shared my college experience and time in South Dakota. I told her I moved to New York seeking a change of pace. Amy was easy to talk to. She was kind and genuine, interested in me as a person. It was nice to make a real connection with someone. Over the past few weeks, many people had come and gone in my life, and it was refreshing to find a friend I'd see every day in the near future. Near the end of the ship, Amy looked at me and said,
Hey, some of the other employees and I are going to a bar after work to shoot some pool. If you want, you should come.
"Yeah, that'd be fun."
I replied.
"Which bar?"
Life began to settle, and I grew comfortable with my routine. After 6 months of working at Hartman's, the incident in the backwoods of Washington seemed like a distant nightmare that was quickly fading in my mind. My nightmares of the hide behind had been replaced by pleasant dreams of Amy. A month into working at the deli, I'd worked up the courage to ask her out on a date. Full of smiles and excitement, she said yes. Our first date was perfect. A picnic lunch in Central Park. Some habits from my trauma in the woods remained. I religiously locked my door both when I was in and when I was going out, and I was cautious around blind corners. Amy noticed these rituals in my life and would joke about them and ask why I do them. I would always shrug and say it's because of force of habit. Life was good. I had a place to call home. I had a steady job, a small friend group, and a loving girlfriend. I couldn't think of living anywhere other than New York City. February arrived in the Big Apple, and with it came Valentine's Day. The first one Amy and I would celebrate together. I had big plans for this evening. I looked at a table at one of the fancy restaurants in the upscale part of town months in advance, and I had bought roses and chocolates. I picked Amy up around 6. She was stunning. She smiled at me as I gave her the flowers and chocolates. The kiss she planted on my cheek was the best thank you I'd ever received. Amy returned to her apartment to drop off the gifts, and then we walked hand in hand to the subway. Dinner was amazing. The night was filled with laughter and good conversation, and near the end of the night, Amy looked at me and said,
Nate, I know you worked as a park ranger for a while, but every time it comes up, you're quick to change the subject. Why'd you leave the park service?
I paused to think how I should respond. Finally, I said,
I saw a friend of mine die in a terrible hiking accident. It really messed me up for a while. I started seeing things that weren't there, and I was plagued with vivid nightmares, so I left, hoping it would get better.
Sympathy filled her eyes.
I'm so sorry. Are the nightmares you've been having from all that?
I nodded.
But since I've been with you, I don't get them as often.
She smiled and reached over for my hand.
I'll always be here for you, Nate. I love you.
I love you too, Amy.
I replied. The night ended far too soon. Before long, I was walking Amy back to her apartment. We reached her door and kissed goodnight. Walking back to my apartment, I was filled by a warmth I had never felt before. I truly loved Amy. I wanted to spend my life with her. In that moment, I realized I wanted to marry Amy. As I walked the streets, I passed a local jewelry store. I went in planning to just look around, but ended up leaving with a beautiful engagement ring. I was sure Amy would love it. I returned home, locked the door, stared at the ring for a while, and then opened the fridge for a late night snack, but realized I had put off grocery shopping far too long, for the fridge was quite bare. A few slices of 4-day-old pizza were all I found, and I ate them while watching some TV. Then I headed off to bed. At 3 a.m., I woke up to the sound of my phone ringing. It was Amy, and she was distraught.
Hello?
I said, barely awake. Amy was crying as she said,
Nate, someone tried to break into my apartment.
I was wide awake now.
What? Are you okay?
I don't know. They broke a window and I screamed. They ran off, but I'm so scared. The cops are coming, but I don't know if I can stay here. Can you come get me?
I'll be right there. Go to your bedroom and lock the door. Don't open it until me or the cops get there.
Okay, I will. Thank you, Nate.
Hanging up the phone, I jumped out of bed and got dressed, barely holding back panic. I left so fast I didn't even lock the door behind me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Uh-oh!
Why, Nate? Why? It's always a bitch. It's always a bitch that'll fuck up your life, bro.
It is.
Oh my gosh. Nate, you fucking pussy thirsty retard.
Rough. Amy was really shaken up. Her sanctuary had been violated. It no longer felt safe. I waited with her until the police arrived, and together we watched them as they examined the apartment and the broken window. One of them told us that they would be on the lookout in case the intruder returned. Apparently, home invaders were on the rise this winter. They recommended that Amy spend the night somewhere else, and I told them she was coming home with me. So we gathered her things and headed out. As we walked into my building, Amy seemed to calm down a bit. The shaking in her hand had stopped. We reached the 3rd floor, and standing in front of my door, I tried to fish my keys out of my pocket. Amy, however, tried the door and found it to be unlocked. She looked at me and, in a joking tone, said,
It's unlocked. I'm so proud of you.
Why would she say that?
In New York City, nonetheless,
Yeah,
you should
yeah.
never, like, these days, you shouldn't even leave your anything unlocked. Whether it's your car, whether it's your home, nothing. You just shouldn't. People are just not the same way they used to be. But, like, New York fucking City, you're proud of him? That's stupid. That is dumb.
Stupid.
That is ignorant.
All right, let's see. Oh, no.
Yep.
As she walked inside, I looked up, and as I stood in the doorway, and a primal panic that I hadn't felt in months flooded over me, I screamed.
Wait, Amy, don't!
But it was too late. The hide behind was already upon her. Its long claws sliced her throat into ribbons and dug deep into her abdomen, splattering her blood and intestines all over the white walls. The creature stood over her as her lifeless, empty body fell to the ground like a sock puppet. I watched in horror from the doorway. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run, but the shock held me in place. When I finally regained control over my feet, I began to turn to flee down the hall. But before I could move, the hide behind grabbed my back and flung me into the room where I collided with the opposite wall, falling to the floor. I heard the door close. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw it, the hide behind, standing in the corner behind the door like a sleep paralysis demon. It stood perfectly still. The corner itself seemed to grow darker with its presence, as if a dark fog was confined to just that corner. It was guarding the door. It had no plans to let me leave this room, but I didn't care. My thoughts were only on Amy, her lifeless body lying in a pool of blood in the middle of the apartment. With my back to the creature, I crawled over to her and wept. I don't know how long I sat there. Hours, probably days. All the while, the hide behind stood directly behind me, breathing on me with its hot breath. At some point, the engagement ring on the table caught my eye, and I crawled to reach it. Its cold, metallic shape rested in my hands as I stared at it, a memento of the life I will never have, the love that was taken from me by the thing standing behind me. I slid the ring onto Amy's cold finger, and I cried all the more. And that brings me to present. Amy was killed over 2 weeks ago, and I'm still trapped here with her murderer. Every moment it tries to get me to look at it. It is ever near, both waking and sleeping. Even as I write this, its human breath blows along my neck, and from time to time its long fingers wrap around my head to squeeze gently. I don't know why I'm writing, partly to convince the world that I did not kill Amy. I wish beyond anything that I had never met her, for she would still be alive. I loved her, and the creature knew it. I'm convinced now that the hide behind had been stalking me here in New York City for months. I was just too blind to notice. It knew my habits. When I made a mistake, it jumped on the chance. I looked down at the rotten corpse of my beloved Amy, and tears fill my eyes. It's my fault she's dead. But please know, I did not kill her. But I'm also writing this as a warning. There's strange things in the woods. Horrible, ancient things. Things the natives spoke about, but the pioneers saw. Things we wrote off as fantasy, tall tales. I can assure you that they are not. Stay out of the woods. The things that live there in the shadows, under the pines, and the deepest, darkest parts of the forest are real. And to step into their world is to agree to play by their rules. Don't let what happened to me happen to you. I glance up slightly and smile as I see the noose hanging overhead. I placed it there days ago, but now I think I'm ready to use it. The food's been gone for weeks now, and every time I look at Amy's corpse, all I can think about is food. I'm not going there, and I refuse to give the hide behind the satisfaction of killing me. I'm going out on my own terms, and in that way I win. The noose is my salvation. I'll see Amy again very soon.
Oh my gosh, dude. I'm not gonna lie, I got a little misty-eyed for a second there, bro. That was rough. Holy shit, dude. Oh my fuck.
It's been a lot of narration this time. You want to take the epilogue, my boy?
I got you, bro. I got you.
Just like
I'm blown away, dude. I am so ridiculously blown away.
So I'm at a point though. Was the hide behind ever actually real? Because it really did some real things. Okay. Yes. Yeah. But let's not forget, like, Nate started this story by not wanting to be around people. There's a shadow of death over him that, like, his boy dies at the beginning, Hank dies, whatever, right? So his boy dies at the beginning, in the car with him. His girlfriend dies here, like, and it's always behind him, but like, why does it let him kill himself?
Because he never looks at it. He never meets the gaze again.
He's clearly having all these crazy dreams. Like, okay, but yeah, okay.
We're about to find out in the epilogue.
Maybe the epilogue shines some light, because I have some questions, you know?
I don't think it fully will, if I'm being completely honest, before we read the epilogue.
I don't either.
Yeah, it's, this is rough, dude. This is really genuinely rough. But, all right. Let's get back into it, ladies and gentlemen. The epilogue. Yep. The following is taken from Detective Sherman's report of the crime scene at Bryson Building, 3/5/21. Myself, Detective Rick Sherman, and Detective Matthew Peterson responded to the call at Bryson Building at 1300 hours on March 5th. Apartment 362 was rented to a Mr. Nate Diaz. After the surrounding renters complained of an awful smell, the building manager, Mr. Patrick Bennett, performed a wellness check and found the scene. 2 decaying bodies were in the room. One hanging by a rope, the body of Mr. Diaz. The other had been brutally disemboweled and belonged to a Miss Amy Cranworth. Miss Cranworth's corpse was far more decayed than Mr. Diaz's, indicating that she had been dead far longer. Notable with Diaz's corpse is the fact that both of his eyes had been removed, presumably by himself. The eyes were not found at the scene.
Okay.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Okay.
How would you remove your own eyes? Why would that be presumably by yourself? I'm sorry, but if I'm a detective...
you can poke them boys out. You can poke them boys out.
There would be some remnants of that.
Yeah.
And
for sure.
Also after the bus, for instance, when we see the old lady in Nate's
the black
dream,
eyes.
Yeah, that she literally gouges out his eyes. So
yeah.
I do think the hide behind is real. I think this is our
little...
Yeah,
it does seem real. I agree.
With the fact of our former park ranger manager that had kind of gone through all the detail that gave him real money. He clearly got real money to be able to spend these things.
Okay, yeah.
I do think this is our indicator that the hide behind is very much real.
Yep.
Okay. After inspecting the scene, it is the No.
Wait, what?
Sorry, I saw a word ahead. After inspecting the scene, it is the conclusion of both myself and Detective Peterson that Mr. Diaz murdered Miss Cranworth in a fit of rage, and seeing no way out, days later, he took his own life. Okay, this is bad detective work. Just off of body decomposition, this is meant to be weeks. At least 2 weeks, he'd said.
Yeah.
So this is just bad detective work. Now, I get it. In New York City, we're probably going to get some bad detective work off the fact that they probably see shit like this. Maybe not like this, but all the time. But, okay. That Mr. Diaz murdered Miss Cranworth in a fit of rage, and seeing no way out, days later, he took his own life. The techs recovered a journal of sorts of Mr. Diaz's laptop. It will be examined for any potential clues relevant to the disappearance, possible point of disappearance. Detective Peterson, however, noted an uneasy feeling in the room and noticed from the window some movement from down in the alley below. Detective Peterson announced he was going to take a look at it and head out to do so. This is the last known sighting of Detective Matthew Peterson, who remains unaccounted for and for whom the search continues. Oh,
he saw it! He saw it!
My
hairs
are standing up, dude. Oh, he saw the hide behind. And that's what it said. It said, why'd you bring this here? It's going to destroy the whole city now. It's going to kill the whole city, dude.
Yep.
And that is the end of the thing behind me wants me to turn around. Oh my gosh, dude, that is hands down.
I'm standing on what we said at the beginning. If this was the pilot episode for a show, I would watch the whole. I would binge watch the whole show. Like,
Yeah.
hands down, I'm here for it. Like, so reading it, there was a little bit of a lull where it kind of like really fucking kicked my ass a little bit, because it was like there's so much narration here, and it's so like there are a lot of run-on sentences. There are a lot of places where these should be new sentences. There are a lot of like whatever that kind of like kicked my brain, but it's like actually it was so good. Like, honestly, if
amazing.
you take the story for what it is, like the story is so good. Like, and it never loses sight from beginning to end. Like, it doesn't lose sight, it doesn't stop. Like, it's just good, man.
Dude, from every aspect of this, from the incredibly vivid descriptions that are given, the way so much of this, it creates such a visual image in your mind. Like, I was visualizing this the whole way through, and the author, shout out to Zach Gaylor, just did such a fantastic job with this. I mean, and one of the things I really loved was the character being forced out of his shell, because we see at this point where he's like, I want to be away from everything. And then being away from everything is his certain demise. And he gets to this point where, I mean, there's even a point in the story where he says, I couldn't see living anywhere else other than New York City and the Big Apple.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's really like this kind of moment of character growth where you're like, this is awesome. He found something that really, truly, like, okay, he found beauty in the thing he hated the most. And socialization. He didn't want to talk with anybody. He didn't want to be out around anyone. He built a friend group. He started hanging out with these people. All these beautiful things, this beautiful character development, for him to just have it all taken away.
Well,
and that's, dude, that's it.
I'll say this too. There was just enough foreshadowing, like the lady at the store being like, "No, you have to take the beer," like that coming in. Then even the callback later, because it was an old lady on the bus who said, "Well, the beer, we're way past that now, right?" Like, and so then but okay. So the coolest thing about the story to me, because a lot of times, like, the creepypastas are a little bit rushed, or maybe they're a little bit too long, or you know, whatever. They don't perfectly hit this, but this one does. You've got story, character growth, whatever. Suddenly Hank dies. It's visceral, like everything is in your face, is fucking like the description is crazy. Then lol. Then I slip on a bottle. And I'm not gonna lie, when he slipped on the hill and he got the glass in his leg, I thought that was it. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Then Reg slips on the hill, gets the glass too, and it's like, doesn't get the glass, but busts his bottle, and I'm like, oh, that's over. But then they make camp, and I'm like, but they have no beer. So what's going on here? And then but then Reg goes and takes a piss, and again, it's kind of like with the Hank scene. It's just fucking amped up. All of a sudden, everything hits the fan, and he's dead. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So then this fast-paced thing, back to the bed, fall asleep. And honestly, it seemed like such a lull that we even like cut recording for it, because it was like, oh, he's went to sleep now. Like, the next thing that happens is going to be tomorrow. And he wakes up and it seems like it is tomorrow, but Sarah's beating on the door and she's tired. And for a moment, I forgot the rule about not opening the door.
I did
you know? And so I was like, okay, we let Sarah in, and now Sarah is traveling companion, you know? And I'm fully locked in thinking that we're on Ranger Academy. You know what I mean? But now we're learning from Sarah instead of Reg and everything else. I did not picture this story going to New York.
No.
But he looks out the window and it's holding the back of Sarah's head. You know, that's kind of wild.
That was such vivid imagery, especially the pounding of her head into a pancake, basically.
Yeah. And so like I get why this story is so highly rated, because honestly, like, even the biggest lull, I guess, is like on the trip back. But even on the trip back, it's like, okay, so here's the question. Did the guy in Idaho actually die? Because I don't know, he's hearing it on the radio, but he's also hearing all kinds of crazy shit on the radio. And so it's like,
I think he did.
And I think he did too. But it was sudden as fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like just, well, you stopped in there. That little lock isn't going to save you. And also, I do like, though, the lock does save you, because even when it's reaching over the door and it's like its claws hit the lock, but it's like it didn't jostle the lock, so it keeps going. Second time, it's going to get the lock undone. Yep. Like, just really good, really consistent, just storytelling throughout the whole thing. And again, too, you got to think, like, when he heard the voice on the phone, turned around, whatever, like, he's in a phone booth, or, well, no, he wasn't in a phone booth because he was on his cell phone, but, like, he's kind of, like, isolated, and it's like, okay, well, it crept in there, and then you turned around and you're in traffic being crazy. Yeah. And so it kind of teeters you a lot. Is this in his head? Is this not in his head? But then that final thing, and I love how the epilogue did it too, because notice shuffling, gonna investigate. Good place to end. Now, you saw the eyes, I bet.
I will say a couple tiny little holes in the story. The breaking of the beer. So in theory,
that would give more of a fermentation smell everywhere.
Right, because they do say the smell of the fermentation. Buddy busts open the beer. If you've ever had beer get on you, that smell lingers. That, if anything, that would definitely, at least I would think, ward it off a little bit more. But not the worst plot hole I've seen. No. Now the other thing.
Well, so I can excuse that by thinking that they traveled on a little bit after that and made camp, and so I can excuse that there. You know what I mean?
Right.
But to the same point, like you said, if you've ever had beer get on you, it gets on your clothes, and you smell like beer until them things get washed.
Yeah.
Okay. Period.
Absolutely. And that's that's a little plot hole. The second little plot hole, and again, for these being the only two little plot holes that I could find in this whole thing, and maybe with another read through at some point I see a couple other things, but the fact that Detective Matthew Peterson is unaccounted for at the end. He's non-located when this thing violently murders everything else. Where could he have possibly gone? Like, how would he know to run away from the hide behind? How would he know to disappear, and would he not just stay around the city? So that's little tiny, like, I do like it because it gives you this little linger of like, okay, he got, clearly something happened to him, but
But it mentions that he found pieces of the journal, so maybe after he saw it, he took the pieces of the journal. Yeah.
But
so that would be the excuse that I would give, but that's extrapolation again. I mean, that's not in the story, so we don't know.
I do think it says, though. Okay, no. It says the Tex recovered the journal, so it was the Tex that saw it. Maybe he flipped through it. Maybe he saw it, but I still think there's just a little bit of a plot hole that's a little bit too big to fill with maybes.
Yeah.
Just on that.
Yeah.
Now, don't get me wrong. I mean, the story overall is still
so. And again, it could be that Detective Peterson was violently murdered, left somewhere, and they just hadn't found him at the end of the story. So
that's true.
Yeah. So I would say that all these factors here probably account to why it's not a 10, you know?
Yeah, it's a solid, a very sturdy 9.
I give it a solid 9. Like I enjoyed this story very fully.
Every second of it, dude.
It flipped me around quite a bit. Like, bro, just again, I'm still filled with the childlike wonder at when Hank died.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? At the very beginning, it's just like, whoa, where the fuck did that come from?
Out of nowhere, bro. Out of left field, dude. And that's, yeah, very sturdy 9 for me on this. It was genuinely the whole, like I said, the descriptors in it. I loved the radio scene where he's kind of hallucinating these things. The radio's talking to him. That build of it is very much like, oh my gosh. And then every little thing that allows him to get to New York, the fucking deer being hit allows him to get the train going. The guy that picks him up allows him to keep moving. The bus is genius. The bus, I thought he was going to hop on the train and go wherever the train was going. But, I mean, that would have...
I thought we were getting on the train. I was like, oh shit, we're getting on the train. It's going to get on the train with him. And now we have like this layer coming up. But no. In fact, it gets hit by the fucking train. Like, yeah, it was dope. It was good.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, dude, him forgetting to lock the door. Like, after, that's one thing I will say, like,
the second it came up, it's like,
dude, and like, I want to say that all this time of doing this repeated habit would have never let him mentally do that. But at the same time, when you love someone, when something sparks up in your head and you're like, oh, I gotta go run over and make sure she's okay. Like, just, oh man, it kills me because dude was building such a good life for himself. But the end was inevitable.
My biggest issue there with the unlocking of the door and leaving it unlocked, there is no shot that she would have said, oh, you left your door unlocked. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, no, especially in New York City. That's the biggest plot hole. If we're talking about plot holes, that is a glaring crater of a plot hole. No one that has ever been to New York City would be proud of you for leaving your door unlocked. They'd be like, maybe we're not going in here actually because you didn't lock the door. There could be somebody in there.
Well, and that's the thing. Like, that's the one too. Like, oh shit, even me in rural Kentucky, like, I left my door unlocked. I get home, it's like, okay, I got my gun. Like, let me check everything first. You know what I'm saying?
Same thing, bro. Like, literally, anytime I've ever gotten home and I check my door, because I always check it before, because 9 times out of 10, I'm good about locking. I'd even say 99 times out of 100, I'm good about locking my door. But the second I don't, I'm like around every fucking, because I have 2 dogs and
walking around every corner.
And they're likely to let me know if some shit's going on. But I don't.
Well, Mom would
any
too.
Chances, not one.
Yeah, same. That's what I'm saying. I've dogs too, and it's like, they'll probably let me know. But what if, like, you know, like the 0.001% chance, what if one of my best friends who's been to the house a million times, like, just went crazy today and went in, so the dogs didn't think anything, and nah.
Yeah, it's
you gotta check.
It's I think that's our biggest plot hole with all this is the fact that there's no way on planet Earth those dogs don't.
It was a too convenient way to wrap up the story, and honestly, in that sense, I would probably give the story an 8 because, like, it was too convenient of a way to get to the end. You know what I mean?
I hear you. I don't even necessarily say it was too convenient. I think more so the fact that, like, because it had been months by this point. Like, he's really starting to forget about this. Like, clearly he's forgotten about it enough.
It's complacency. Yeah, sure. It's complacency. But, like, I still, you know, to your point, and this is what I really stand on. Like, once it's a habit, like...
Overall, still a solid 9 for me.
it was a cheap apartment, so maybe it's not one that you just flip the lock on your way out. You know, maybe you got to turn around, flick the deadbolt, and it's like, yeah, okay. I could see it.
Right.
I could see it. I'll 8.5.
Okay.
How about that?
I'll give you your 8.5. I'm still taking my 9.
I'm still frustrated with the door being left unlocked, though. You know,
the biggest mess up, period.
It's just, it's a good one on the one hand, because, like, that is the mistake that gets you got. And if she hadn't, like, seen it and hit it and said, oh, I'm so proud of you, still not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's like, it's the I'm so proud of you that
was
makes
the
me
corniest
say,
part of it, I will say. Because, again, nobody in their
wouldn't have
right
been.
mind, dude.
Yeah, no.
I've never once been to New York City and thought to myself, man, what a great idea it would be to not lock my doors. I've never... Here in Western Pennsylvania, I have one neighbor directly to... You've seen my street. My closest neighbor next to that one is a good 100, 150 feet away. And my neighbor's got cameras. If my door's unlocked for some ungodly reason, I'm not stoked on it. I'm not happy. I'm not proud of myself, despite any habits I might have. That's my biggest come on kind of moment in the writing is like, if she felt that door unlocked, I'd be like, did you not lock your door? Like, that wouldn't have been my first reaction, especially if my significant other had consistently locked the door every time. If I pulled on the door and it opened up the slightest bit, I'd be like, ooh, babe, I don't think you locked the door.
But okay, but hold on, layer. I'm grudgingly entering this as a layer. It has been months. They've been together months. He's bought an engagement ring, you know, whatever. So in the course of their relationship, she has learned about his trauma and his, like, insistence. He left the door unlocked, so maybe that's an I'm proud of you because you're getting over this, like, negativity in your head.
Maybe. But my first thought, if, for instance, if Sierra always had one habit that she did, even if it was trauma related, and it was a understandable habit, maybe not a good habit, but an understandable one, and you saw something that indicated she didn't do that, would your first thought not be concern?
No. Yeah, no, it would. The reason I said no, my first thought would not be to say I'm so proud of you.
Right.
My first thought would be, to your point, my first thought would be, you okay? Like, is everything good here? Like, and here's the thing too, in the case specifically of like an unlocked door, if Sierra were to like open a door that is not locked or monitored, you know, in some way that I'd left unlocked, she would 100% be like, she would step back. I know Sierra well enough. She would step back and she check, like, make sure everything's good first, like, and she would stand outside until I swept the whole fucking area.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So, and I think that's where, like, the story is like, I'm thinking on a personal level, and I'm like, no. Sierra, like 100%, I do this shit. New York City, I've left the door unlocked. She's gonna wait in the hallway until I have checked the entire room. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like,
without a shadow of a
and
doubt.
she should.
Yes.
And she should. That's not a bad thing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. Especially given that it's New York City. You're in rural Kentucky. Let alone if it was in a place like New York fucking City. Your house, your apartment just got broken in. You're purely here off of the fact that the police officer said you shouldn't be here. There's been a string of break-ins. And the person that always locks their door every fucking time the door's locked.
Yeah.
First of all, like, again, why would she even check it? If she should instinctually assume
that he's locked the door. He's fishing for his keys right now.
Yeah, I think honestly, I think buy all that, because the more I think about it, the more like from that point on, it just kind of feels like a rush to the end, a way to get him killed.
Little bit.
And yeah, and so I think I gotta sit firm back on the 8.
On the 8,
I gotta say it's an 8
I think I'll drop my sturdy 9 to an 8.5. I won't drop all the way down to an 8, but I will concede a half a point just off of the fact that
it's a beautiful story. It's very well done. There's so much that goes so well, but it's like, okay, you clearly hit the point where you wanted him to die.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then at that point, because here's the thing, before that point, where are the red flags? You know what I mean? I mean, there's like one, maybe. Yeah, and that's in the us being people who have spilled beer on us, knowing like hey, once you're soaked, you're marked. You know what I mean? But okay, so, and that's an understandable red flag for someone to look over, not to even think about. But the, like, everything almost after the point of the unlocked door is a red flag. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, absolutely. Overall, though, very solid story. I thoroughly enjoyed this read.
Very solid. I enjoyed the story. I liked it a lot. Yeah.
Even with the little plot holes.
Yeah, and I'm not saying any of this to take away from it. I'm just saying, like that ending, I can't, in good conscience, give it a 9. And honestly, the more I think through how we got to the ending, I can't give it an 8.5 because it's just like, it's just.
I can understand that. I just enjoyed the world building and the character development so much.
I did too.
That's where I do land on the 8.5 still. I can't give it any less than an 8.5 in my opinion, just because of the fact that like there was so much built. So many beautiful descriptors that really keep you on the edge of the seat. And now, like we talked about, that glaringly obvious, you should have done this. Hey, your person does this, so you should know better. Like, yeah, okay, I'll dock at the point and a half that it deserves to be docked. But overall, like, I really enjoyed this story. I'd say this is my favorite one we've read. I liked 1999 a lot.
Yeah.
But this one just kept me on the edge so much with, holy shit, this thing's fast as fuck. It's catching up to him at every given second. Like,
yeah. We also have, too, I mean, you know, a little bit of plot lore, deep lore, something. It is possible that episode 3 may be the outtaken shitty 2 stories that we read.
Possible. I think I might put that together as episode 1.5.
Well, I'm just thinking, like, I mean, if we're giving gold every episode, we gotta always be giving gold.
That's true. Patreon exclusive for episode 1.5.
That's yeah.
If you want to see the shitty ones,
bro,
Patreon exclusive.
Episode 1.5. I'm sorry. The elevator was cool, but it wasn't a story.
Right.
but like the story that accompanied it was, oof, that was rough.
But alrighty. That was The Thing Behind Me Wants Me to Turn Around, and what a hell of a read.
Really liked it.
This was about 5 hours worth of stuff that's gonna be needing to be edited. So we may push our official release out for our first episode like 2-3 weeks, dude. Just so we can.
Well, because I was gonna mention that. I was like, so technically, from what we talked about the other day, it should be tomorrow, but it's like, That's aggressive.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
It's going to be a very quick timeline for editing. I'd be on a lot of caffeine.
We are putting a lot in these, okay?
Make sure to like and subscribe. I don't think we begged you guys at the the start of the video or at the end of the last. There's a lot of work that goes into this.
And also,
we read poorly, so.
Also, YouTube's got that new thing, like that hype thing. Like, hype this shit too.
Up.
Like, if y'all, like, hype it up.
If you're listening on Apple Podcast or on Spotify, drop it a rating if you enjoyed this, please.
Yeah. Do the things.
Share it with somebody who likes stories. And
also, if you got feedback, if there's something that we're just doing really shitty,
yell at us.
Drop that down. Like
comment
throw
section.
that in. Hey, maybe Tyler sucks at commentary, and Nappy should be doing commentary.
I don't know about all
you know
that.
what I'm saying? Which will probably be the next episode, or we'll flip for it again, or who knows. I will tell you a story of this length again. I have no desire to do this commentary for. Like, I've never been so jealous of memorizing different voices, because there were a few points where I was reading where I'm like, I wish I was just doing the voices here. Like, not just because there was a fuck ton of dialogue, but it was like there would be a fucking stretch where it's fucking 8 paragraphs of fucking narrative, and I'm like, I'm mad. I'm there. Like, I'm done.
Yep. Understandably so.
Anyway, friends, like, share, subscribe, follow, and apparently hype, because I don't know why I'm even saying follow. This isn't on Twitch, but you know what? If you're on Spotify or Apple Music, follow.
Follow our Insomnicast Instagram and Twitter /X, and maybe even TikTok or something. I don't know if I'm gonna go that route. We'll probably register it.
Follow everywhere that we're at, because we gonna do something on everywhere.
That's right.
We gonna do something on everywhere.
There it is.
So fucking not Twitch though, because there's no real. Well, maybe, I don't know. Eventually, but
maybe. Stay tuned.
There's no immediate vision that I'm seeing that could fit Twitch, but do the thing that is doable. Do all the things that are doable where you are. If you're seeing this clip on TikTok, share it. Like,
do it. Just do it. Don't ask questions. Just do it.
I got kids, man.
Subscribe to the Patreon.
I'm gonna start pulling.
Give us your money.
Yeah, do that. We promise at least for a year we'll be putting it back into everything that we're doing.
At least a year.
Just
after about a year and a month, we'll probably cut it off. We'll stop doing this, and we'll continue to collect residuals, and we'll thank you very much for your contributions at some point.
But hopefully not. Hopefully you guys actually like it, and this is our life now. Because honestly, I enjoy this a lot more than
love this.
Music reaction. I enjoy this. Like,
I thoroughly love this because there's so many elements to it that first of all really we enjoy it, and it's always good reading something with your best bud too. So
yeah, it's a big part.
We don't hate each other. That's a good thing.
There is a reason that I've spent the day doing manual labor and still came here. You know what I mean? Like,
Amen to that.
It's like, okay, fucking we're rambling and I'm tired. And this is the Insomnicast, but honestly, like, this has been the cure for my insomnia today. So
hot damn. The cure for your insomnia. Boom. That's the tagline right there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for episode 2 / maybe episode 3. It's going to be episode 2, I'm pretty sure.
It's going to be something. It'll be an episode.
That's right.
You know what would be funny? You could just comment right there where you said that's going to do it for episode, and then just voice over 2, 3,
12.
12. Wherever it comes in, it's just that's gonna do it for episode 2.
Oh, I love it, dude. I love it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, take care.
Yeah.
Special thanks to Jiminator for making the music for this episode of Insomnicast. Thanks, buddy. Thanks again for Jiminator
Thanks again to Jiminator for making the music for this episode. Thanks again to Jiminator for making the music for this episode of the Insomnicast. His channel link will be down in... Thank you again to Jiminator for making the music for this episode of the Insomnicast. Please go check out it. Thanks again to Jiminator for making the music for this episode of the Insomnicast. Fuck.